Hey everyone, we're just going to give it a couple of moments while we let our second co-chair, Chuck Warren, join. Craig, if you see him, give me a shout. In that interim time, would you like me to hang out for a second, or would you like me to go ahead and give everybody the basics on how the meeting will run?
I think we should just give it a few minutes. I see the participant number growing pretty rapidly right now, so.
I agree. I think we should let a few more folks to join so they don't miss the understanding of how the meeting will work.
And please let me know if you see any elected officials.
Absolutely.
I
I
know
know.
we have one, and I know there's a second that is expected.
Well, I believe that the one that you're seeing is actually that elected official's chief of staff, who is
Okay.
planning to say a couple of things whenever we get to that point in the evening. But I will definitely let you know who you see.
Thank you.
Who I see. I shouldn't tell you who you see. Everyone, we're just going to give it a couple of moments until our other co-chair is here, and then we'll get going. So thank you for your patience.
All right, I'm still looking for Chuck. I don't see him yet. And I'm wondering if it makes sense to just start with your
Let me.
introductory speech.
Yeah. Well, welcome everyone. I see we do have still people coming in, so hopefully they are familiar with how our hey, there's Chuck. They're familiar with how our meetings are run. But if this is your first time joining us, welcome, and we're happy to have you here. You'll notice that you're muted, and you're going to stay muted throughout the duration of the meeting. The only folks who are going to be unmuted at any given time are our committee co-chairs, Craig and Chuck, and our presenters. Following each presentation, as we move through the agenda, co-chairs will call on members of the public who wish to speak on that particular topic. You can participate by going to the reactions icon at the bottom of your screen and pressing the raise hand button. It's not the wave or the thumbs up, those will disappear. Only press the raise hand button once. If you press it a second time, your hand will go back down. If you're calling in from the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute whenever you're called on. Be on the lookout for a prompt asking you to confirm unmuting once one of the co-chairs calls on you. If you're having problems, the chat is available for technical support only to help with the Zoom software. It is not to ask questions of the presenters or co-chairs. They will never see those chats. If you're using an older version of Zoom, you'll need to go to the participants section where you'll find the raise hand feature there. Finally, we encourage you not to raise your actual hand or wave at the screen because there's a lot of people in this room and we may miss you and not be able to see you. So if you're having problems, chat me. I'm here to support. With that, I'll hand it over to Chuck and Craig, and they can get the meeting going.
Thank you, Will. I want to welcome everyone to the December meeting of the Transportation Committee of Community Board 8. I'm Chuck Warren, one of the co-chairs, and Craig Lader is my other co-chair. And today we have the first item on the agenda is a public presentation of the Office of Technology and Innovation, and City Bridge will present new sites for the linked NYC kiosks. And we have those sites, we've broken them down to 3 areas, 1 in the Carnegie Hill neighborhood, 2 in the York Avenue area, and 3 in the East 60s. And we're going to try to focus things in that way, and hopefully people can who want to speak on the items in their areas will do that, and will be better organized that way. And we're going to try to see if we can make things move along efficiently. So can we have the people from the Office of Technology and Innovation here, if they're here? I assume. Well,
yes. Hi. Good evening. Good evening, folks and Chair. My name is Brett Sykoff. I am the Executive Director of Franchise Administration with the New York City Office of Technology and Innovation, or OTI. I am very, very pleased to be here with you all this evening, and thank you for having us. Joining me are my colleagues, Ryan Birchmeyer, and he's Deputy Commissioner for Public Information, and Leslie Brown, External Affairs Associate. So we had OTI oversee the franchises that utilize city property to provide telecommunication services in the city. The franchise program that we're coming to you about today is our public communication structures franchise, which authorizes and facilitates the investment of much needed telecom infrastructure to ensure that we have a fully connected city and that no neighborhood is left behind. So without further ado, let me turn it over to Nick Colvin, the CEO of City Bridge, to take you through their presentation. And Nick.
Nick, go ahead and unmute.
Thank you so much, Brett, for that introduction. And thank you to the community board and everyone here for having us here to speak with you today. I am joined by Rob Sakota, who is the president of City Bridge Wireless, who heads up the teams that deal with siting and the wireless side of the business, and Nicole Robinson Etienne, who is our director of external affairs and our primary liaison with the community. So we're really excited to talk to you and get into the conversational and Q&A part of this. But really quickly, I wanted to spend like less than 5 minutes just to give you a quick overview about, really 3 things. Why is 5G being deployed? Why is it important? What is Link 5G? And then where are we proposing to deploy them in your community district so that we're all on the same page about that. So I will share my screen. And okay, can everyone see that?
yes.
Great. Okay, so first off, why 5G? Why is 5G being deployed? So New Yorkers need better services. Brett said, there's real gaps in the telecommunications infrastructure, particularly mobile, in the city. I'm sure we can probably all relate to the experience of walking down the street, in Manhattan or any number of places in the city, having 4 bars on your cell phone and being unable to make a phone call or unable to download an email, unable to send a video text message or a photo, or get the directions to the dinner where you're going to meet friends. It can be really frustrating because it sort of happens out of nowhere. You could be even on a call and on one block it's fine, and then suddenly it drops. And the real problem there is that there is a lack of capacity on the network, and there are essentially gaps in capacity throughout the city. People even at home, we did a survey earlier in the year, and roughly 40% of people reported that they have dropped calls in their homes. There's a real problem in terms of capacity on the network. Another analogy for what's going on is like when you go to an event, like a conference, you first get there, the Wi-Fi is great. There's very few people there. As the event fills up, suddenly the Wi-Fi slows down. It gets harder and harder to access things. Similarly, on the cellular network, as more people start to use it and they start using it for more data-intensive applications, you need greater capacity. So, just to talk through where we are in the cellular network development, 20 years ago, they started with these big macro towers that covered many miles at a time. Over the years, they started filling in between the macro towers using smaller towers on the side of highways or maybe on rooftops. And in a place like New York, where it's very dense, we're now getting to the point where they're having to deploy radios, they being the carriers, at the street level. So on things like Link 5G. It's really important to deploy these to support the needs of the New Yorkers who are paying for the cellular service, and it's really directed based on those demands that people are putting on the network. What is Link 5G? So if you haven't seen a picture, this is Link 5G. It is a purpose-built piece of telecommunications infrastructure that provides, siting opportunities for all of the carriers to give cellular service to people. And we went through an extensive public design review process. We went and shared this with every community board in the city was invited to various sessions to review this. We worked with Antenna Design, who's a fantastic design firm, to ensure that it fit in with the existing Link structures. And we looked at other solutions around the world to ensure that we were getting the best design for New Yorkers. So, if you look on the right, these are silhouettes of actual infrastructure, one deployed in New Jersey and another in Las Vegas. And the one in New Jersey is similar to Link 5G, but about twice the size in terms of, similar capacity, but twice as big. And the one in Las Vegas is bigger, uglier, and supports fewer services. We've designed this to enclose the radios and the antennas all within a discrete facade, so they look the same everywhere they go, regardless of which carrier and what technology is deployed in the structure. And sorry, I lost my screen. There we go. And it's important to understand that Link 5G is, the 5G really fast service, but also supports all of the other cellular services that are already in existence. So by deploying these, you take demand off of the existing network and make more of it available to everyone else who lives in an area. So while you may not even be near a Link 5G, by taking that demand off of the bigger network, you're actually making it perform better for people who are many blocks away from the Link 5G. As part of that process, we conducted a survey to solicit New Yorkers' input on, how do they feel about the Link 5G? And we got, frankly, a surprising amount of support from New Yorkers for the design coming to their neighborhoods. So here's the first one we deployed in the Bronx, to give you a sense of what this looks like in the wild, since we haven't yet deployed anything near you. Moving on quickly to, where are these going? Where are they proposed in Community Board 8? First I want to say there's extensive siting restrictions in terms of where these can go. There's, we can't put advertising screens in residence zones. They can't be very close to each other, no more than one per block. And there's extensive overlapping approvals for from the Parks Department, from landmarks, from city planning for various zones. And one really important point in all of this is that each one of these sites for Link 5G is targeted specifically to fill a gap in coverage determined by the carriers. So we're not picking where these go. We're responding to a request from carriers for service in a specific spot. So this is really, we know this is driven by real needs by the people who live in the area and work in the area and visit areas, based on what the carriers know about where they have coverage gaps. So moving from that into our map of your community district and where these are going. So you have 18 sites that have been proposed. 2 of those are upgrades from the original Link. So, wherever possible, we are going to do our best not to put new things in the street. We're going to convert an existing site if it is able to support the need on the cellular network. We'll go ahead and upgrade that site. So 2 of these sites are upgrades, and then the remainder are net new installations. And another point about this is Link 5G is one piece of the puzzle. There's tens of thousands of additional sites that will need to be deployed, and we only have a couple of thousand we're deploying in the city overall. So this is the only one that can be put in a new place, and so it's going to be used very strategically. These are very strategically chosen locations by carriers in order to fill real needs. If you look on the east side there, there's a Presbyterian Hospital and Rockefeller University. Obviously, a lot of people there, a lot of demand. The shopping areas there in the lower southwestern corner, and then in the upper western corner, I'm just pointing out that these are high traffic areas where there are a lot of people and a lot of demand, and a real need for improvement in the cellular network. just I'll finish off my little spiel here, and we can get quickly into the conversation with just the list of sites, which I think you've all seen, but just to put it on the screen in case those some of you haven't seen this. And that's the end of the presentation. So I hope that wasn't too long for you, and happy to answer any questions with our partners over at OTI.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. So as we begin our discussion,
Let me ask, I was muted here. Let me just ask, I want to ask Nick a question before we get into this. Do you have a picture of what it looks like when it's going to be attached to an existing kiosk, and what it's going to be look like when it's a standalone, or you had one little picture, I guess that
Yeah,
was
let me
standalone
reshare
was.
that. So it won't, when we're upgrading an existing kiosk, it will be a replacement. So we'll remove the existing kiosk and install in its place a Link 5G on the right hand side. So it would be the version with the ad screen. So on the left hand side here, you have just 3 different angles of the version of Link 5G without an ad screen, and on the right hand side, you have the version of the Link 5G with ad screens.
And how tall is it going to be?
It's 32 feet tall.
32 feet. Okay. Okay. So,
so
thanks.
Chuck, I don't know if you heard us before, but I think there may be a few elected officials who are here that
oh, no, I didn't know. I mean, if we have some elected officials who want to speak, certainly. Who do we have? Will, who do we have here?
We have representatives from Councilmember Powers and from Assemblywoman Seawright's office, and I believe both of them have prepared statements from their bosses that they are asked to share.
Yeah, please, let's
so Jesse, go ahead.
Why don't we go ahead? Yeah.
Yeah, hi, my name is Jesse, and I'm from Councilmember Keith Powers' office, and I'm just going to read a quick statement on his behalf. I want to thank the community board for having me tonight and giving me the opportunity to express my concerns about the current proposal for the Link 5G program. I'm lucky to represent a district with beautiful streetscapes and historic architecture. And since being proposed, I have heard from countless residents that fear these towers threaten the aesthetic charm of the neighborhood. It's always our goal to find harmony between the needs of the city and the need to keep our neighborhoods beautiful. But I do share my constituents' concerns about installing towers in residential areas where they would surely be obtrusive. At 32 feet tall, these towers are a big departure from the Link NYC kiosks that currently line our streets. And for these reasons, I have serious concerns about the current proposal being implemented in the residential areas of my district. As we move forward, I encourage OTI and City Bridge to site these towers in commercial areas where they are more appropriately suited. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone from Assemblymember Seawright's office.
Yeah, Courtney, you should be able to unmute. Yeah. Go ahead, Courtney.
Hi, thank you. I'll be brief. Good evening. I'm Courtney Farrisee. I'm Chief of Staff to Assemblymember Rebecca Seawright. We're shocked to see the rollout of up to 18 additional Link NYC 5G towers. The presentation we're getting tonight is really the first time most of us are seeing this, and the proposed locations have been set without any details shared or constituent feedback considered. We sent a letter to Mayor Adams to request a moratorium on any further 5G installation on the Upper East Side for this reason. OTI has the important responsibility to inform the community of these initiatives. Yet some of you may be familiar with the recent installation at 520 East 90th Street of a different 5G tower with a different franchisee. But the installation of the tower was less than 10 feet from a residence, and it forged ahead without any further examination. We've yet to receive a response from the city and are informed that the response is still being looked at by their legal department. So we have no confidence that there is interest in our neighbors' health, safety, and interests will not be considered. And I think the other 115 people on this call tonight would agree with that. So thank you for your time. And we look forward to keeping you updated.
Thank you. Thank you, Courtney. Now, we're going to go to the public first for comment. And I think we wanted to hear from, before we get general public comments, that we wanted to hear from people who represent some organizations that cover the areas that are involved here. And I know we have Matt Bauer here from the Madison Avenue BID. And if Matt wants to make a comment, we'd like to recognize him at this point.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And once again, I am Matt Bauer. I'm president of the Madison Avenue Business Improvement District, which covers Madison Avenue from 57th to 86th Street. And to say upfront that we're here to express our organization's opposition to the 3 Link 5G tower installations that are in our district, one at 24 East 63rd Street, 30 East 64th Street, and 688 Madison Avenue. All 3 locations are in the Upper East Side Historic District. I've also been asked by one of our members, Hermes of Paris, whose new flagship is next to the proposed location at 24 East 63rd Street, to also convey their opposition to the site. I was informed actually by City Bridge that all 3 of the locations that they're proposing would be a 5G tower with advertising screens. Now, I should say at the August 8th Public Design Commission hearing, where City Bridge presented their proposal for the 5G, it specifically said that there would be no advertising screens in residential zoning and historic districts. It's actually on page 34 of the PDF of the document that was at the hearing. And so it's available on the PDC website. I did notice that the historic district line was deleted from the presentation made tonight. Moreover, City Bridge team members, I think one of them spoke today, said that we don't anticipate deploying many, if any, Link 5Gs in historic districts. And that quote is also available on the PDC website via the YouTube video that's there. It's, I think, 34 minutes in. I can't understand how City Bridge can propose 3 5G towers with digital advertising screens in our district when less than 4 months ago, they testified and were given approval by the PDC, based saying that they would not have digital advertising in historic districts. And I can't understand how they could also say at that hearing that they don't anticipate putting many Link 5Gs in historic districts when 13 of the 15 towers that are proposed here tonight at Community Board 8 are in a historic district.
18 towers. 13
of the 18 towers are in historic districts. Now, I should say this, as you heard, the 63rd and 64th Street locations do currently have Link kiosks, but they were in locations where there was a public pay telephone, and the Link kiosk replaced that. But certainly the 2.5-story buildings that are next door to them, like the Hermes, would be towered by the 32-inch Link tower. And I should tell you, the 688 Madison Avenue location, located at the southwest corner of Madison and East 62nd Street in front of the Brioni store, which has residential units right above, is also there and never had in the proposal, and never had a payphone, and never anticipated having something like this installed right in front. And specifically, they're mentioning commercial areas, and in the proposal they mention commercial zoning districts. Well, we're into the C5 zoning district that we are in. Illuminated signage is specifically prohibited by any building within our district. Located just a few feet away will be large digital advertising screens. How could you tell one thing to the stores on Madison Avenue and 10 feet away you give another rule? It doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem right. And moreover, it did say commercial zoning here. We are in the Special Madison Avenue Preservation District, which governs both streetscape and residential and use in our building. And that was not disclosed in the OTI letter that was sent out, that this is the Special Madison Avenue Preservation District. So we just really, I really echo what Hermes told me, which is that considering what they had to go through with landmarks governing their design, that the installation of these structures would be completely out of keeping with the location. And given the actual inconsistencies between tonight's testimony and what they gave at the PDC, where their approval certificate number 28200 was approved, is specifically opposite to what was being said today about historic districts and location of these. So just really encourage the board to oppose these new installations within our district. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like City Bridge and OTI to respond to the inconsistencies in what was presented to the Public Design Commission and what's presented now.
Thank you, Chair. Nick, do you want to speak
Sure.
to what was referenced at the PDC meeting and what the intention is with respect to the rollout?
Absolutely. So thank you for your feedback, Matt, and everyone speaking on behalf of our elected officials. So I agree that the presentation at the PDC was unfortunately confusing, and that's one of the reasons that slide was changed. Screens are prohibited in residence and historic districts, meaning residential historic districts, just like they are in any residential district. They are not prohibited in commercial zones, whether they be historic or not. However, I will point out that they are subject to approval by landmarks preservation, and that is a process that will yet be gone through. So we're in the process right now of getting feedback. This meeting is part of that process. And it's just one step along the way and one of the earlier steps along the way. We've done a lot of public hearings already, and there will be more in the future. So that's how I would respond to that. I agree it was unclear, but the siting rules, which are very extensive, don't prohibit screens in commercial areas. They do in residential areas. And in historic districts, same prohibitions apply, and they are also subject to approval by landmarks.
What did the PDC, though, Public Design Commission, what does their approval say specifically?
That the designs are approved and that they're subject to landmarks approval in historic districts and subject to all of the existing siting criteria.
Okay.
Yeah, and OTI will work with the PDC to ensure that is clear to them, and if there's any ambiguity, we'll certainly correct the record.
Okay. Next, so we want to hear from Carnegie Hill Neighbors, and we have Lo Vandervalk here, and I'd like to give Lo an opportunity to make a speak on this issue. Is Lo here? Can we unmute him?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chuck. Carnegie Hill Neighbors is very concerned about what is being proposed and the lack, especially the lack of specificity. And somewhere in their statement, they say, well, we may not actually put up all these locations, but they are nevertheless seeking approval. So it's a very threatening thing. Also, we note that 2 or 3, I think it's 2 of the 18 installations were replacements of existing public phones, and that really was the original purpose of replacements. So that Matt Bauer of the Madison Avenue bid noted that as well. And then the specific question of why is 1115 Fifth Avenue not listed in the historic district in their letter. But going on, yeah, there's been great confusion about historic districts and residential areas and whether or not the screens would be there. So that has been partially clarified in tonight's meeting, but it really is the first sort of definitive, if you will, it's not written yet, seems, but a statement to that effect. And we take note of that, and we would like that to be clearly stated. Generally speaking, these installations are not, it does not seem that they are needed, nor are they wanted in our area. I think if you look at the entire Upper East Side, about 13 of the 18 are concentrated in a very small area of the Upper East Side, and most of those, 75% maybe, are in historic districts. So this is sort of a misleading proposal in the sense that they should come with a bigger proposal for the entire Upper East Side, not just bite off what is mostly around Carnegie Hill. So that's a grave concern. And so also we have past experience with the installations that were done 5 years ago on 3rd Avenue, where people would camp out and watch on the internet programs or make extended calls. They would put chairs there. They would leave there. They would be eating meals there. We don't anticipate that would actually happen, but it could happen. And there would be nothing that we could do. And also, even if these installations are used without the screens, but just for emailing or telephone conversations, a telephone conversation creates noise and disturbance. And I think of 1100 Madison Avenue, which is in a commercial district and not in the historic district, though it is in Carnegie Hill. At the second floor level, they have residences, and they could be vastly disturbed by unwarranted usage. I also think that the point should be made. When you compare the last major sort of social advance with city bike stations, there are various stations in Carnegie Hill, and we accept that. And they were well located and not immediately, or they tried to minimize the impact on residences, but these bike lanes are used by many people and who otherwise wouldn't be able to use them. And also, the whole system wouldn't work if not every community had bike racks. So if we make the analogy to the bike racks, this does not hold for these installations, these 5G installations. And so the benefit, even though the statement is that people's Wi-Fi are being interrupted, it doesn't seem that 13 stations concentrated in this area, that's overkill for that particular concern. So we have many more questions, and we look forward to greater elaboration. And we need specificity. Where will they actually be placed in the block or in front of the building? What will they look like? Will there be video screens for like a laptop screen? And will these screens be on all night? And what are the opportunities for people talking to disturb the neighbors? So these are just a number of concerns that we see clearly, and we hope to elaborate on them in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lo. Do Nick or Brett want to comment on any remarks that Lo Vandervalk made?
Sure. I'm happy to jump in. So Lo, thank you for your comments, and they're good ones. And actually, the city bike analogy is a great analogy. Very much like city bike, these are used by everyone who visits. I want to make something a really clear distinction here. I'm not speaking about Wi-Fi on these. They do provide free Wi-Fi, but the reason these are being installed is because of the cellular radios for your cell phone that everyone carries around in their pocket. So everyone that comes by here that has a cell phone will be supported by these structures. I know the big, the Link 5G is what you can see. And unlike the city bike, the usage of it is invisible. It's when people pull their phone out of their pocket and make a phone call or try to send a text message. Those are the people who will be using this. The reason that these sites have been selected is because a carrier has specifically said, there's a need in this location. We don't have enough capacity to serve the people who are here and who are trying to use our network. They can't use it. We can't provide them good service. We need coverage here. That's very specifically why these sites are selected. They were not selected merely to give out free Wi-Fi. Now, you're correct that there are also the Link NYC services, the free calling and device charging. And I acknowledge that, there were some early learnings in the program where the services were sort of modified to try to make the structures better citizens, so to speak, in the community. And we don't see the problems like you're talking about the way we did in the very early days. And it's actually very important. I mean, just think about all of the museums around those structures in the Carnegie Hill area. And children who are maybe visiting those museums lose their cell phone. Their cell phone goes out of charge. They need to contact their parents. They can go to a link and make a free phone call to get in touch with their parents or charge their phone at the link. These are actually really important. People use these a lot. I understand that many on the call may not use those specific services, but they are very useful to people, particularly who are visiting these areas. But the cellular service, which is the real driver for where these sites are going, where the sites that have been selected, that's a benefit to everyone who lives there, as well as everyone who works and visits these areas.
Nick, maybe I'm sorry, this is Rob Sakota, also I'm from City Bridge. Just to add on to that a little bit, thank you for your question, Will, and I agree. Maybe it is a little frustrating from your perspective that we've come with these a couple of what I'd say is just small pockets, and your response is, can't you come back and show us everything? Show us, what you want to do throughout the entire community district so that we see the whole picture. And the difficulty we have is, as Nick said, what we're focusing on is placing these kiosks where there's an immediate demand. We don't want to be putting up kiosks in your community district where we don't know that there is an immediate demand. So we can't come back to you and say, okay, here's a larger sets spread throughout the community district and this is everything. We don't want to be putting them up everywhere unless we know that someone's going to be using them in short order. So, that's why you're only seeing these small pockets, as Nick said. We're trying to address where there's really a need, and not going overboard and asking for, a dozen more in other places where maybe there isn't a need today. I'd also note, although it's just about, as Nick said, the carriers are picking these spaces because they have a need for cellular communications, more robust cellular communications that exist in these areas today. I don't think we should undersell the fact that there is a free public Wi-Fi service associated with it. And while many of us might have unlimited data plans where we don't typically use free Wi-Fi, there are lots of New Yorkers who either don't have any plan and their only way to get on the internet is free Wi-Fi, or they have prepaid plans and they're limited in use. And these New Yorkers are looking and deserve ways to connect to the internet through public Wi-Fi. And our job and the franchise is asking us to make sure that that's available, not just in some neighborhoods, but in all neighborhoods. Because all New Yorkers, whether they live in the neighborhood, whether they work in the neighborhood, whether they school in the neighborhood, they deserve access to the internet, and trying to provide it to them on a free basis, on a public basis. That's an important goal that this franchise is intended to attempt to accomplish. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. Craig, we have one more general speaker here, I think.
I don't know that the one who we thought was going to speak is here.
Okay. So
So
why don't we
we
go?
can move on to the
Yeah.
public.
Okay, so now let's move to the public, and we're first going to take speakers for the Carnegie Hill neighborhood, which is concentrated on, Fifth, Madison and Park in the 80s and 90s, and hopefully people can keep their remarks short. And we're going to try to keep this session, to no longer than 45 minutes because we want to hopefully last, because we need to get to our board members and we have other items that we have to deal with tonight. So why don't we call?
I was going to say, if anyone is speaking about a different area, not Carnegie Hill, if you could please just lower your hand and that will help us be able to stay focused on the Carnegie Hill area right now and know who to call on. And Will, if you could just put up the timer, so we could have that going for our speakers. Thank
Okay.
you.
Who do we have, Will, first here?
So first we have Elizabeth Casanides.
Okay, Hessanese, okay. Why don't we unmute Elizabeth? Yeah.
Elizabeth, and this is for everybody. When your name is called, be looking for a prompt on your screen to confirm unmuting. You'll hear a beep whenever you've run out of time.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks everybody for your comments. And I just want to second the concerns expressed by our representative from Carnegie Hill Neighbors. I have very serious concerns about this proposal. The comments about the locations are quite concerning, because for anyone who lives here and actually navigates these streets, the locations that are proposed on side streets, I don't know if the people who came up with this idea ever walk these streets, and if they ever walk the streets with a walker or a wheelchair. But we have a large number of elderly residents in this neighborhood, people who have disabilities, people who use walkers and wheelchairs. The side streets are very narrow. And, we already have a lot of a lot of schools, we have the churches, we have a lot of interruptions in the street flow as it is that make it actually quite difficult to navigate these streets if you're using some sort of an assisted walking device. And so I think those concerns have repeatedly failed to be considered by the city and are not considered at all here. There are multiple concerns the community faces, and internet access is what I've never heard of people experiencing these issues that you describe, but obviously as a community there are multiple concerns that have to be considered and balanced, and internet access is not the only concern. I think we need to really be thinking about the needs of people who have difficulty navigating these streets, which I do think this will interfere.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, next is Matthew Sharp, I believe. Am I you, Matthew?
Yeah. Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I would just like to say that honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed because of all of New York City's problems, the ones trying to be addressed here, which seems to be the right for everybody to stream movies, should be ranked at maybe number 100. And I also challenge the basic premise that any of the problems listed here are even issues to begin with, because I have experienced none of these problems. And so the final point I want to make is more as a father of two children under 2 years old. And that's that I have seen no discussion whatsoever about the environmental impact of these towers. And there's a plethora of research and data which is widely discussed in the popular news media that shows there is a tremendous impact and correlation between environmental quality that a child is raised in and that child's readiness for kindergarten. And there is also a very prominent study that was published out of the University of St. Louis in the University of Washington in St. Louis, rather, that calls that calls attention to a lot of potential negative environmental impacts of putting these 5G towers very close to each other in very dense population areas. And so I would encourage everybody to read those studies. And I'm shocked that none of that was listed here today. And as a father who lives in the neighborhood, I'm very concerned about the environmental impact of these things, especially on my two young kids who need to be kindergarten ready in just a couple of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Next is Erica, and if you could please unmute yourself and give us your full name.
Hi, I'm Erica Burson. I'm a lay member of the Social Justice Committee. I have a couple of comments and a question. One is, if this is really meant to help people who are negatively impacted where, Wi-Fi and access should be a public utility. Why isn't it in those locations? Because that's not an issue in the locations that, if you Google the locations, they're all in very well-to-do places, one. Two, if it was truly because of a need, then why is there going to be advertising on them? Three, I heard you, I forget the gentleman's name who did the presentation, but my question back to you is if these kiosks are in such overuse that they need more, how do we get that data? Because obviously there is data to show usage. But if it's truly about people needing access and that Wi-Fi and internet should be a public utility, then it should be going into places that there's actually access deserts, and these aren't them. But I would like an answer to my question about usage for the installation, the kiosks that are currently within our community board, and how to go about getting those.
Thank you, Erica. Nick, can you answer that, or Brett?
Sure. Just really briefly. I want to be really clear again about this. These are being deployed in order to support demand on the cellular network by people in these areas, not because people are demanding the free Wi-Fi or the tablet. Those are benefits. Those are important benefits to provide to people, and Link NYC is the only solution to the cellular coverage problem that brings those benefits with it. But whether it's a Link 5G or another solution, the cellular service is the driver for why this infrastructure is being built. Link 5G is the particular type of infrastructure being proposed today, but it is not the only type that will be deployed throughout the city for this. So it's really, I can't emphasize this enough. You all have cell phones. I'm sure you pay probably for unlimited data, and you're all going to be beneficiaries of this infrastructure as it's deployed. It's not just for people who want free Wi-Fi.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Next, I believe, is Chelsea Formica. Chelsea, can we unmute Chelsea?
Yes, hi. As Courtney from Assembly Member Seawright's office stated, this is not the only project that OTI is running. Many, many thousands more 5G antennas are being installed on city-owned light poles under master franchise agreements with a dozen telecom companies. There's a 5G tower different than Link NYC, but owned by Extenet right outside my 6-month-old son's room at 520 East 90th Street, breaking the contractual 15-day community notice required. I'm bringing this up because we did not get any community board hearing, and this pole was installed less than 10 feet from our building. OTI is not overseeing site selection and is passing responsibility to the franchisee, even though it's a city-owned pole. So Mr. Sickoff, I'd like to ask what is being done for residents who did not receive notice or an opportunity to have a community board meeting like this, and how any of the residents on this call can trust that there will be responsible site selection when previous contracts with similar initiatives were ignored.
Yeah, that's a serious issue, what you just said, being that close to a residential building.
Yeah.
Can we have maybe Brett or can answer that?
Yes, of course. And thank you for that. And I absolutely understand your concerns. With regard to that particular pole top installation you're referring to, the site was, in fact, adequately cited in terms of receiving all the necessary approvals. You are correct, because of the location of the pole in relation to the building being less than 10 feet, which was a figure that was arrived at just in terms of community notification. There's no cause for alarm or concern about the proximity of the antenna or of the pole to the building. When the pole was selected, the pole was about 10.5 feet, I think it was 10.4 feet from the building. And then given the larger foundation that was required to support the pole, it had to nudge a little bit closer to the building, leaving it about 9 feet and several inches away. So it moved less than a foot. And because of that, we've changed our policies in terms of how we notify community boards and elected officials in terms of the pole being less than 10 feet from a nearby building. So we're going to modify our process going forward, so there's no question about proper communication. That said, we went very deep into the files to ensure that that site is suitable for an installation, and we did confirm that in fact it was.
What does that mean? I have a close friend who studied microwave radiation for years and publishes microwave news. And one of the issues is getting close to these things. And you're getting pretty close when it's within 10 feet. And there ought to be some way to move that particular thing away, the 5G part that's sending out the microwave radiation.
Yeah, understood. I do want to emphasize, though, that 10 feet distance requirement for notification was not arrived at due to any kind of safety concern.
No, I know that's just a bureaucratic thing, but there is an issue. There is an issue when you get that close. That's what I'm saying. And it's a serious issue.
Understood. I totally understand the concerns. As relates to RF emissions and the effects on the public safety or people's livelihoods, or just in relation to where they live, I would note that RF emissions are completely the sole authority in terms of the governing authority of the Federal Communications Commission. So the federal government has the sole authority to regulate RF emissions. The city obviously ensures that its franchisees, City Bridge, Extenet, and many others comply with those federal standards. Those are further enforced in our franchise agreement, which does require periodic testing to ensure compliance. And every time that we've had independent experts test the sites, these 4G and 5G sites that have been deployed over the years, all of them are in full compliance with the FCC's guidelines and regulations on them.
That's not a very good answer, in the sense that the FCC has given broad authority to do this, but a lot of communities, particularly in California, have made sure that they're a certain distance away from schools and places like that. And I think it behooves New York City to make sure that things are not put that close to buildings where the person who just talked, where her young child is potentially exposed to that kind of microwave radiation. And the way you deal with that is to put distance between it. If you're far enough away, it's not an issue. But when it gets close, like that's getting pretty close. And so I think it's, you're saying the FCC, they have general broad guidelines, but cities and states have done better. And I think New York City ought to do better.
For sure. And if there's any data that confirms that a certain distance away is unsafe, we will ensure that franchisee complies with those guidelines. But there's no empirical scientific data that supports that there is a specific distance. Clearly, if you're on the pole, doing work, if you're a pole climber and you're working on a utility pole and you're there for an extended period, there may be some concern. But the distance from the installations to where everyday people live, there's no data to support that there's any long-term any concerns related to RF on their lives.
I'm going to look into that, because I think I think that should be an issue that the city ought to do something
Can I
about.
just quickly ask, so what are the new notification requirements since they've been changed? And are you still saying that as long as there's notification and now it's more strictly 10 feet, I guess, whatever the new requirements are, that you'll still put these up in very close proximity, even if it's even if it's going to affect people in the same way as it is in 520 East 90th Street, in terms of the disruption that it could cause, both visually and the potential health effects and environmental effects that we've been discussing?
Yeah, with respect to the pole top, so if the pole is going to end up being less than 10 feet from a nearby building, we are going to send out that notification, even if it was more than 10 feet prior to construction. So we do want to advise the public that this is happening and that it is within 10 feet. And if there are any concerns expressed, we'll take a second and third and fifth and 10th look at it to make sure that it is being, the site is appropriate and suitable for an installation. With relation to with respect to the Link 5Gs, every site is going to go to the community board and council member and bid and for a 60-day community comment period. So there's two different notice requirements related to each franchise.
Okay, we'll have to. I think we'd like you to look at that site that was just talked about. What is it? 520.
520.
Yeah. Okay. Next, I think is Steve Rabin.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to comment and ask a couple of questions. I guess the first question for Brett is the technology involved here. Currently, the 5G network is pretty much being served by rooftop antennas, is my understanding, which are out of sight, not of mind for most New Yorkers. And just technologically, is this anything that's superior or has to be on the sidewalk? And secondly, from a cost point of view, it seems that carriers want to get a bargain by putting these out on the street versus paying buildings for the rights to use their rooftops. So I'm kind of wondering why we're kind of helping, Verizon and AT&T and T-Mobile, which are not, in any need of financial assistance with a cheaper option. So I wondered if you could answer that. And then for you or City Bridge, the location, one of the locations is 1000 Fifth Avenue, which is actually the Metropolitan Museum of Art, but the map does not show a proposed tower at that location. So I wonder what the explanation for that is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David. So yeah, I'll just answer very quickly. As I think Nick and Rob may have mentioned earlier, we live under what's tens of thousands of wireless installations, right? I mean, they're all above us right now. They're on rooftops typically. Over the last, 10 years or so, 10, 15 years, really, across the country, there's been a move to supplement those bigger sites that cover large areas with small cells, with sites that are commonly found on light poles or link type structures that are close to the user. And particularly in New York City, given its dense characteristics, there is a need to have antennas that are closer to users, so that where people are, large congregations of people, either in transit hubs or in residential buildings or in business districts, folks can get access without interruption, and it supplements those larger macro sites. Rob, do you want to speak to the industry kind of shift from macro sites to small cells?
Sure. Nick had a slide up earlier which showed a number of different types of broadcast points for cellular communications. And, for people my age, I can remember 25, 30 years ago where, the only thing you had were very large towers, because the most early communications, cellular communications, were signals which covered very large areas, covered a lot of people. But as technology has developed and as new spectrum has become available, the places from which cellular communications and broadcast has changed. So it went from large towers to rooftops. And the questioners talked about the fact that 5G is in some cases being broadcast from rooftops. And I think that's probably true to a limited extent. Most of the macro sites currently in New York City are probably of the 4G variant. A lot of the 5G spectrum that's been made available by the FCC and is going to be used by the carriers over the next few years is a higher frequency signal. And that signal is really ideally used in a much closer to the user than traditional frequencies. And so you're going to see, not just in New York, but across the country, a densification of these transmission points as the carriers bring the transmitters down to the street level, and they're going to be closer to the user. They're going to provide a better and a different type of service that exists today, but that is a function of changing technology. And it's, like I said, it's just not going to be New York. It's going to be everywhere that you're going to have a transmission of 5G signals at the street level, especially in dense urban environments. And that's, from a technological perspective, the way the carriers are going to be able to meet the demands they're going to face over the next few years.
Okay. Next is Sue Peters. Can we unmute Sue? Sue?
1,000, yeah.
Mute. Okay. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm so glad to be here. I'm a member of New Yorkers for WireTech, and I've learned a lot over the last 4 years about the history of this electromagnetic radiation. And I want people on this call, if you do nothing but one thing, is to go and read the New Hampshire legislature report that they did on 5G, and they have in the report all of the scientific information they took into their legislative committee about the health effects of this radiation. And they put a moratorium in New Hampshire on this type of technology. And secondly, I just want to correct one of the people from, I think it was City Bridge or whatever. Every cell phone provider has written in their contract to the consumer who buys the cell phone, and you have to read it. You have to go down to read the small print. You do not carry your cell phone next to your body because of the radiation that comes from it. And it's not something they want the public to know. And I don't think it was wise of someone from the technology group itself tonight to say people pulling it out of their clothes next to their body. The cell phone producers themselves say, do not put it next to your body because of the health effects and what it can cause harm to your body. Thank you.
Thank you. George Graham is next, I believe. Is he George? Is he there?
No. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So first, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak here. First thing I'd like to say is that cities have spent decades putting utilities underground, billions of dollars putting them underground. We have a city now that we all live in with taxes that we can all agree are relatively high, that wants to start building above grade infrastructure that will be obstructing the beauty of our neighborhoods. Okay, that's just absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Secondly, if this is all about cell service, I hope every one of you that's supporting this plan from the people that are doing it understand we don't want this in our neighborhoods. We do not want these towers. They are ugly and they're unnecessary. And the fact that we're sitting on this Zoom call talking about how we're relying on the cell companies to tell us where we should put these towers is absolutely ridiculous. I can't even believe that's what we're using as our basis for deciding where we should obstruct the views in our city. And then secondly, the comment that we should want these towers in our neighborhood so that people that are visiting the museums here can have cell service, and that a kid that gets lost and loses their cell phone has somehow to get to their parents. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. I am not taking any of this seriously. My final point is I'm incredibly disappointed that the city has not taken the environmental risks, which I had not considered, seriously. And the fact that we're not discussing that in more detail is an embarrassment to New York City and every city in the United States.
All right, thank you, George. All right, the next speaker is Odette Wilkins.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. My name is Odette Wilkins, and I'm President and General Counsel of Wired Broadband here in New York. I'm a technology attorney, and I can tell you that these giant 5G monopoles are bad news. Nobody wants or needs them, and especially right next to their homes, businesses, or schools. They're an aesthetic blight. You just heard a presentation for installing 18 more jumbo 5G monopoles in your district. Well, guess what? OTI is planning on installing 4,000 of these on New York City streets. Residents in locations where these monopoles have already been installed are outraged. They did not know about these installations, no prior notice, no consultation, no due process. There is no transparency and no information is forthcoming when they are legally requested. I personally have put in at least 10 FOIL requests to OTI, Mr. Sigoff, and none of them have been answered for over a year, and you are still continuing to ask for extensions of time to respond? What are the electrical and engineering drawings and antennas specifications? What is the power potential of the wireless antennas? Who are the companies manufacturing these antennas? What are the model numbers? Where is the borough-wide plat of proposed installation that was supposed to be submitted to the Manhattan Borough President? Who approved these installations? 5G, you say, is determined by, the necessity is determined by the telecoms. Well, how are they doing that? By computerized propagation maps? The FCC Enforcement Bureau found those maps to be inaccurate. Only 16 to 64% of the time were they accurate at best. Coverage gaps are only determined by drive-by tests as recommended by the Enforcement Bureau at the FCC. That has not been done. I personally have not experienced any of the problems cited by OTI. As we say in the law, these are dangerous instrumentalities. There are thousands of scientific peer-reviewed studies concluding biological harms.
Thank you, Ms. Wilkins. Okay. Next is Radimus Soto. Mr. Soto, can we unmute him?
Yes. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm the president of the co-op on 62nd and Madison. You're going to put one of these towers in front of us across the street. I must tell you, we have great service in our building. Our signals are great. Our Wi-Fi is great. I have 3 daughters who work from home. They're very happy, and the people in the building. So we have no such demand that the phone sellers are telling you about. We're very happy with that. I want to second the environmental issue that Matthew Sharp brought up. I can't imagine having this tower right in front of your window, which was going to happen in Carrollton House, a building where you're going to put it on 62nd and Madison, with all the environmental issues that we all know the consequences of this. And so I think that's something we should take into account. Also, Madison Avenue is one of the most important high-end retail luxury streets on the planet. We are coming back. We're trying to attract tenants. Our rents have gone down for more than half. We need the opportunity. We need the help to make this more elegant, to attract more tenants, high-end tenants, not make it uglier. And what we're putting these towers, we're making our streets uglier. And we have Hermes, we have Brunello Cucinelli, high-end brands that need the right environment to be able to sell to their clients. These towers going totally against what this street stands for. Okay? Thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Jason Schwalbe, I believe, is next. Can we unmute Mr. Schwalbe?
Jason, look for a prompt on your screen. There you go.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for your time. Very simply, my daughter goes to school right across the street from 46 East 91st Street. I don't think that should count as a commercial area. I don't think it's appropriate to have the full video link system right in front of a school that services kindergarten through 3rd grade. And frankly, this just is part of the symptomatic issue of this plan, which is not well thought out. It's not needed, and it's horrifically ugly. And we don't want this. We don't want 32-foot towers littering our streets. We've all spent way too much time and money to live in one of the most beautiful parts of New York City. So please reconsider this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. James Ford, I believe, is next. Can I unmute Mr. Ford?
Hello. Hi.
You're on.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, I would just like to share 2 factors that should be taken into consideration, if I may. One is, I would suggest the work of Dr. James Giordano. Dr. James Giordano is at the forefront of neuroethics, and he has written a lexicon for dual-use technologies. Because the suggestion is these are like the hardware is being put outside people's homes. So in the future, there are always ways of weaponizing these types of technologies. people can hack into these technologies. So it needs to be taken into consideration. So I would reference Dr. James Giordano's work, because these are basically computers being put outside people's houses. And anyone who has the ability can hack into these devices. So I think you'd have to look further into the hardware, and then actually who is supplying the software and who has access to these capabilities. So because there are a lot of other factors that may be taken into consideration to oppose such technology being put into public spaces. Thanks.
Thank you. CJ Goldberg, I believe, is next. And then CJ Goldberg.
CJ Goldberg.
Hi.
There you go.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. We're at 1040 Park on the corner of 86th Street. And you put one of these towers in on the corner at 86th and Madison. And ever since that tower has gone up, the only user that I've observed has been a homeless person, crazy guy at that, who's plugged in and has built an encampment around the tower. And that's something we don't want to see. The proposed proposal for the tower would be right in front of our building, in front of 6 feet from our entrance. And the last thing we want to see are homeless people camping out in front of our building. It's been a real problem. Secondly, it is a residential neighborhood. And why do we need a tower less than a block away? This is an eyesore. It's going to beam directly into the apartments on the second floor of our building. And in addition to the radio frequency radiation, the light will also be unpleasant. So I think it's unnecessary, and it is doubtful that any of the residents in the neighborhood would use this service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Yvette Pomerantz. Unmute.
Yes, hi, thank you. I have one question, and that has to do with the fact that we've had this meeting to hear from the community. What you've heard, my question is, what will be done? Precisely because you've heard now from experts, you've heard from members of the community, their environmental issues, traffic, landmarks, retail, business, and security. These have been rationally put out, these arguments. There's the argument to put in these kiosks literally pales in comparison. I don't see any reason to bring them in other than the carriers seem to have some kind of wish to put them here. Nobody else wants them. I've heard nothing but 100% opposition to bringing these kiosks in. So my question is, the purpose of this meeting is to hear the community, and now we've heard them. What is it? Is it going to be ignored? And if so, please let us know, because maybe we have to explore other avenues to solve this problem, but we do need to know if this community is going to be ignored. I think it's important. I think it requires a clear answer. Thank you very much.
Well, let me just say, Ms. Pomerantz, that we're at the community board, we're advisory, but we want to hear from as much of the community as possible, and we try to take action what we think makes sense for the community and push the city and the various agencies that are involved to do something. And sometimes we succeed and sometimes we don't, but I think we're going to try very hard to see if we can get some action here. And if not, there are other avenues. We have the council members, and you heard from their representatives here, and and also state legislator. Her representative was here. And so there are a lot of avenues to pursue here. And we appreciate the public coming out.
Chuck, you muted yourself.
Yeah, next is Margaret Lehman, I believe. Sorry, somehow I got muted.
Margaret Lehman, please unmute. It's *9 on your phone.
Yes.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just joining in the 100% opposition, and I echo feeling appalled that OTI, as a threshold question in their presentation tonight, and City Bridge did not first address the environmental and the health. You should have anticipated that that's what was going to be addressed here tonight. And for the response to questions about the data and the health, safety, and environment, for your reply, and I don't know whether it was OTI or City Bridge, for your reply to be a statement, there's no empirical evidence that there's any harm and that anything closer than 10 feet seemed, and I'll echo someone else's word, ridiculous. For you to start talking about inches, well, it's 9.5 feet and not 10.5 feet, was disingenuous at best. For you to become bureaucratic and fall back onto the FCC, I describe it the same way. I think Community Board 8 and our representatives will seek to get from you, and I think you need to professionally provide the report that did the measurement, that quoted the experts, and that arrived at the conclusion that there's no empirical evidence of any harm, distance or not. All of us who read a newspaper, who read articles, who listen to reports on TV and other streaming services are all aware, and have been for a decade, that of course there's harm, of course there's damage. And I echo the speakers.
Thank you, Marvin. Next is Virginia Glanzer.
Yes, hi. My name is Virginie Glanzer. You might recognize what I'm showing on my video, which comes, the picture was in the Time magazine. So I live on 520 East 90th Street, and this huge tower that I can almost touch, not too far actually, if I had a big arm, right in front of my window. So I have a question for OTI, but before, let me share my view. I was very shocked to see how the employees of the City of New York who are working for us and who we trust to do what is best for us are making decisions without involving residents. This is an abuse of power, plain and simple, especially after COVID. Antennas should go on the top of buildings and fiber in the ground. I see technology as an enhancer. So I'm a big fan of technology. It helps our lives. But I also believe in a smart, safe city. New York City has to become a smart and safe city, first and foremost. This antenna is right in front of our building. It will cause real estate depreciation. We'll lose up to 20% if we sell our apartment, and there are some real health issues. Some people will be more in danger than others, those with pacemaker babies or children. And if it's safe, why don't you, the people who said that it's safe, put your address in a database and all the antenna will be placed there. And I finally think that 5G is a crime against climate change. The amount of power it requires is enormous. So my question to OTI is, what is the plan to comply with moving it further away at a safe distance for me, my family, and all the residents here in this beautiful city? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Lauren Bond, I believe, is next. Can we unmute Lauren?
Hello, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm going to speak about the 10-foot distance because right before lockdown, there were cell towers turned on across from my apartment windows. They were 70 feet and they were 5G, and I was severely injured. Also, I know of many, many people in Manhattan Plaza building that are all being injured. And there are other buildings of people in Manhattan that are getting injured. And the 5Gs are being directed in all various directions. So depending on where your apartment is, you can be picking up 5G yards away, half a mile away, and you won't know where it's coming from. We are getting we need to be much more careful, and this does not need to be out in the environment. We have wire technology, and we need to be using that. And whether you're a baby, it doesn't matter. This is harming everyone, and it's harming our environment. So we need to stop this and look more seriously into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Gidlin is next, I believe.
Hi there. Thank you for this forum. We really appreciate having a moment to tell us, for you to tell us the plan and for us to tell you how we feel about it. I am in complete opposition. I'm also astounded about this plan, and we just learned about it yesterday. I live in 1050 Fifth Avenue. We have a bus stop on our corner. It is already saturated with people. They come under our awnings during bad weather in the rain and in the winter. Adding a kiosk where they could charge their cell phones is going to add even more people to this corner, and it's going to be unmanageable. We have also elderly in our building. We have disabled in our building. We have kids in our building. It is so completely inconsiderate, I feel, the way you have chosen where these locations go. I have never once experienced cell phone dropout, not once. The only time I've experienced it is in the middle of Central Park, literally the center of the park. We have perfect speed. We have perfect transmission. I don't even know where that data comes from. I'd love to see it because nobody I know experiences it. It's very strong. I hope you'll abandon the plan completely. It's not safe. It's not fair. And if you don't abandon the plan, I hope you will definitely reconsider moving it to a commercial area and not in front of people's homes. We live here. It's entirely unfair. Okay, thank you very much.
You. I'd like to ask whether it's OTI or City Bridge, whether you can send us information about how they determined where these things should be sited and what kind of studies that they had done.
Yeah, Nick, Rob, is there any information that you can draw from, or maybe just talk a little bit again? I think you touched on it earlier about how the sites are selected by the carriers for improvements for their users.
Well, is there any kind of report? Is there anything like that that's written?
I can take that, Brett. There is a request, as I said before, from carriers to fill this need. I do not have a report that I can give you, but I can certainly tell you that we're going to, obviously, a lot of effort, expense, and time put in to try to improve the coverage in these areas. We're not doing it because we think it doesn't exist, right? There's a purpose to this. There are needs. Carriers believe those needs need to be met. And, again, we're not trying to put these in places where we don't have a carrier demand, right? We're not asking you to have an installation in front of your building or down the street where we don't have a specific customer carrier who believes that they need additional coverage in that area. And at the end of the day, we think New Yorkers as a whole are going to need more coverage, and the carriers are in the best position to be able to understand where these gaps are, where capacity needs are, and where cellular communications needs to be either improved or maintained as capacity demands increase, because the history of cellular communications is that every day, every month, every week, demand increases, and that's likely to continue. And the carriers are going to need to continue to supplement their networks to provide the level of service that people are demanding. Now, I certainly understand that some people on this call don't believe that's appropriate or necessary, and that's perfectly acceptable opinion for them to have, but other people have other views in terms of, the needs that they have. And again, I think the companies providing these services are really in the best position to understand where is their demand and where are their capacity problems. But a short answer to your question as to whether I have a report that I can give you, the answer is no.
Yeah, so you're just, what I hear you basically saying is that they said to you, we think this should be a location. You're saying, okay, there's nothing that they've given you to back that up. So that seems to be the situation. Okay. Let's see, who's next? It seemed to get a little scrambled here. Is Barbara Hohauser next?
I see an Amanda Bellows and then a Theodore Rogers.
Okay, no wonder. Okay, why don't we do Amanda Bellows? I don't know. My list got scrambled here a little bit.
Hi.
So,
Thanks so much for your time. Just a couple things. First, just in response to the comment that you just made, I think it's really interesting how you're talking about serving the carriers. The carriers don't live here. They don't know. Their interests are not the interests of the residents. They're the interests of a corporation. And so to say that the carriers' needs are more important than the people that live here is just, really disrespectful. Second of all, I'd like to say I'm a historian, and I think that installing these towers in one of the most historic, architecturally beautiful neighborhoods in the entire city is an incredibly short-sighted decision. As one speaker said earlier, they are horrifically ugly. And as tax-paying citizens and residents of New York, I think the people who live in this neighborhood have a right to protest against the destruction of their neighborhood. The city should be concerned about even more demographic flight from the city and amounts of lost revenue and tax dollars, especially if the city goes forward with installing these environmentally dangerous eyesores in a place of immense architectural significance. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Who's next, Will?
Theodore Rogers.
Theodore Rogers. Okay, Mr. Rogers.
And then Theodora Saccarato will be on deck.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to restrict my remarks to one particular site on the list, 807 Fifth Avenue at 62nd Street. That is the Knickerbocker Club, of which I'm an officer. It is a landmark building, landmarked in 1979. In September of this year, Architectural Digest listed it as one of 14 architecturally significant sites on Fifth Avenue, along with St. Patrick's, the Guggenheim, Temple Emmanuel. A tower on Fifth Avenue would destroy or at least greatly impede sight lines from Central Park of the building. The Landmarks Preservation Commission gets on us when we change a window, let alone obstruct the public's view of the landmark building. Second, Fifth Avenue, of course, at that site is the site of many parades, including the St. Patrick's Day Parade. It's a very congested and narrow sidewalk, and we would very much oppose the destruction, essentially, of this landmark site by a 32-foot, three-story tower in order to allow for, apparently, advertisement revenue on little screens on the towers. So thank you.
Thank you. Who's next, Will?
Theodora, you're up. Theodora, you're unmuted.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I'm Theodora Scrotto, Executive Director of Environmental Health Trust. Our organization won in our lawsuit against the FCC regarding its outdated limits for human exposure to radio frequency radiation. And the FCC was found not to have adequately reviewed the extensive peer-reviewed, published, and credible science submitted to the FCC on children, environmental impacts, and especially long-term exposure. So I wanted to share a few things because the cell tower radiation exemplifies the concept of a regulatory gap. There's been no pre-market safety testing for long-term exposure when it came on the market, no post-market surveillance for health effects, no risk analysis on the health effects from long-term exposure or health-based standards, and there never was, nor has there been a proper federal research review that systematically looked at the research to develop health-based standards that looked at the totality of the science. And if you ask where are the safety studies, they simply don't exist where they have looked at all of the science to determine at what level is it safe for a child and so forth, especially or someone with medical conditions, and also because of the oxidative stress, which the majority of studies have found it can induce. So there's a Harvard report on the issue, which found that the wireless industry is using big tobacco tactics and that the FCC is captured by the wireless industry. There was just a ProPublica article by Peter Elkind, how the FCC shields cell phone companies from safety concerns. And I'll add that cell phone radiation is defined as a kind of pollution by the wireless companies themselves. Insurance companies rate it as high risk and will not insure these companies for health effects from long-term exposure. So thank you very much. And Environmental Health Trust is our organization. We work at this at the international and national level. Thank you.
Who's next, Will, on this?
Got Adele Hogan next, and then Eric Perther is after that. Adele, you can unmute. Adele, you're unmuted. You can speak.
Hello.
Adele, check to make sure you don't have your AirPods in or something that are connected somewhere else, but we'll skip you and come back to you in a second. Just check your sound settings. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the proponents' response to the opposing residents' angle of, oh, we're going to benefit from it, and I feel like that is lunacy. I mean, we benefit from our neighborhood way more and far more than any of these crazy towers. I also feel like they can't there's no reports being produced. There's no data here we can read. I mean, here, we're just going to throw up a bunch of towers and hopefully it's going to work. And our visiting guests are going to be, they're going to be restored with Wi-Fi throughout this area. Well, that's insane. How can they be even talking to these people who visit? Why do we have to be concerned that people who visit? They don't want to, they come to our city, they don't like our Wi-Fi, don't visit. The whole thing is absolutely insane. I think you guys really need to rethink the entire plan, figure out a better way that's beneficial to the people who pay the taxes in that neighborhood, myself included, and everybody else in this call thinks that this whole thing is absolutely insane. Just put an end to it and move on.
Okay, thank you. Now, I think we've reached the end, actually, of the Carnegie Hill neighborhood section, and we're going to go to the York Avenue area where there are only 3 sites. And so let's take, if there are people who want to speak about those sites, they should raise their hands. Is there anybody, Will, is there anybody who's?
So we still have several hands up, Hattis and Kevin Morris, then followed by Matthew Sharp and Patricia Ellis.
Well, Matthew Sharp has
already spoken.
He's already spoken.
Okay. We will skip Matthew Sharp.
Okay, so let's take the next 3 people.
Hattis and Kevin Morris, go ahead. You're unmuted.
Yes,
go ahead.
Hi. This is really an incredible surprise to many of us who only got the notice this afternoon, and we were compelled to respond by 5 o'clock. Now, most of us live in the buildings, and they are historic. At least our neighborhoods are historic. And this is not acceptable. We spend millions of dollars to respond to what New York Historic Municipal Historic Community has asked of us to do. Second or third, no one has thought about the impact of this on the price of the apartments that we live in. I think that the way to go about this would have been to go to the board of directors of these buildings and give the proposal to them and expect responses from them. And according to that, do your research, then come to the community with your research. so that we can really understand what kind of thinking is going behind this. So this is really unacceptable for us, and it should be unacceptable to most people who live in these buildings.
Thank you. Who's next, Will?
We have Patricia Ellis.
Okay.
Patricia, go ahead and unmute.
Okay. Hi. I was just curious as to something that someone from City Bridge said about there's been a request or demand for this type of kiosk in their neighborhood. Could they be kind enough to supply us with a list of who these individuals are or which neighborhoods have required these kiosks? I don't know from my experience living in Carnegie Hill for the last 40 years that there's ever been a request like that. Our building at one time was approached by AT&T to have a tower on top of our building, and we refused it because of radiation issues. And it seems to me from all the reactions we're getting right now, it continues to be an issue. It seems also that this is very self-serving to City Bridge. It has nothing to do with Carnegie Hill or the people that live here or any of the neighborhoods. I think that there are going to be an awful lot of corporations that benefit from it, but certainly not individuals that live in, these neighborhoods that we so love and cherish and would like to keep it, being that way. So if City Bridge is really sincere about this and they have people that are demanding that, they should supply us with a list, and then we'll be glad to help them get those kiosks in those neighborhoods.
Thank you. You said there was one more speaker that Will?
Yes, we have three more. We're going to go back to Adele Hogan, who says she has fixed her sound issues. Adele? Adele, you're unmuted and we cannot hear you. So maybe try leaving the meeting and coming back, and we'll come back to you. Raise your hand again when you come back, because we still cannot hear you. So the next is, I'm going to mispronounce their name. So Rini Collymore. Sorry for mispronouncing your name.
Hi, yes, I am Renee Collymore, and I am opposed to what you're doing. I have recently been interviewed in the New York Times and Fox 5 News and other media outlets concerning this issue. This is a case of psychological manipulation by you, City Bridge. Yes, this is a crime against democracy and the voices of the people of the city. Now, something is wrong when there are no public hearings and you're not required to have any notices posted. Something is wrong. Eyebrows are raised, and you're telling us constantly that, oh, you need this. This is okay. This is good for you. We're telling you that we don't want it. There are people saying that they've gotten sick from this, yet you're still trying to make us believe that this is the best thing for us. That's not democracy. There is no outcry for 5G. I don't know who you're talking about and where you're talking about, but I've never heard people say, oh, we just want it. Oh, yes, please bring 5G. Where is the impact study? We want to see it online. And you're saying that there needs to be more coverage, that we need more coverage. You're telling us that we need more coverage, but we're not even asking for more coverage. We're not saying that we want more coverage. You're trying to make us believe that we want more coverage. This is a total disregard for humanity. And we all need to fight back as hard as we can, because they're taking over the city of New York, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Listen to the voices of the community. Listen to the voices of the people that are saying that they do not want it. You're saying there's a whole bunch of people. We want to see them. Post their names. Let me see where I can find them at, because we need to get to the bottom of this. Thank you.
I think Ms. Collymore, the Honorable Ms. Collymore, that they didn't say the people had requested. I think they said the carriers had requested. That's how they're doing it. It's a big difference. Okay, now we have There are 5 locations in the East 60s. We've already heard from some people in the East 60s. Are there a few other speakers that we can take before we get to the board? Because we want to make sure the board has.
I see there are 5 folks who have their hands up. I'm going to read their names. Tell me if they've spoken before, because I'm not keeping track.
That's okay.
Deborah Silberman.
No, she hasn't spoken before.
George Graham, Roger Smith, and
George
Julie.
Graham has spoken before.
Okay. And Roger Smith and Julie Martin.
No, Julie, those 2 haven't spoken before.
Okay, so we're going to call those 3, and then we'll see if Adele has her microphone working. And then, sorry, there's a Peggy Giannis, and then I think that's probably where we should cut it off, right?
Yep.
Okay, so after these folks, we will move to the board members. So Deborah, you're up. Roger, you're on deck.
Hi, can you see me or hear me?
We can.
Okay. So in addition to agreeing with everything everybody said and being very opposed to these towers, the word is that the carriers feel that the area has the need, which is not real because it's solving a problem that doesn't exist. But if the carriers feel there's a need, why is there advertising on these installations? What is the need for advertising? What are they fulfilling there? What role is that? That's clearly just monetary from their end. And so that just speaks to another reason that this is clearly not something for the neighborhood. It's putting advertising in the neighborhood. It's the benefit of the carriers financing it however they want to, and the neighborhood not having any say. So it's just one other aspect of this that's as disturbing as all of it.
Okay, thank you. Who's next, Will?
Go ahead, Roger Smith. I'll reset your clock. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to ask, as a matter of process, whether Landmarks Preservation Committee have approved all locations, and what the next steps would be if we wanted to voice further opposition.
Did you say committee or commission? We have a
commission.
I believe Mr. Colvin said, and he can correct me, is that they have to go before landmarks for a number, in these historic districts.
That's correct.
That's so they have not, that has not occurred. So there is another forum that's available.
Okay. And is there, did you say something about the needing to be approved by each community also?
Well, each community's been asked to comment, and that's what we're going to do tonight. But I don't know about, approval. It's the comments really go to the agencies who are involved, and it's a question of how much accommodation that the agencies are willing to make depending on the circumstances.
Okay.
Okay.
So next we have Julie Martin, and then Peggy Giannis is after that.
Okay, Peggy will be our last speaker. So we get to the board.
Okay, thank
Peggy
you.
and then Adele. Those are our list. That was our list.
Oh, is Adele
Go ahead.
coming back again?
She is. She's joined from a new phone. So
okay.
I'll
reset your time, Julie. Sorry about that.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to add my voice to all these passionate voices, just that I've been following this issue and kind of alarmed myself. All stripes are baffled by these poles, and the fact that they're being built under the guise of crossing the digital divides in many other areas is a bit of a fig leaf. These are subpar ways of connecting to the internet. You shouldn't have to irradiate an entire neighborhood in order to provide internet access to people's homes. I think it's a wrong-headed approach. We have to start from the basics, provide people with optimum wired connections, as Verizon was tasked to do by 2014. Instead, they built out the system partially so that their for-profit wireless side of the business could benefit, and in a sense created this digital divide. But to this district, this demographic, it seems another argument is being used, and that is that there are gaps in coverage. Like others, I can't say that I've experienced that. This is one of the most saturated neighborhoods and cities in the world. I think we should know what the city requires from these companies in order to prove their gap in service. And the same goes for this idea of providing ubiquitous public Wi-Fi. The free phone calls are great, but what is it that we're giving up in return? Many privacy experts are saying it's access to all our data, all our phone calls, even all our movements. The kiosks have been reported to have 3 cameras and up to 30 sensors in them. Considering City Bridge is partially owned by Alphabet, which used to be Google, do we really want to transfer Google's data mining business model to our entire physical landscape? So this is really a larger conversation about the Internet of Everything. And people are wanting, obviously, from this phone call more and more to be part of this discussion. We don't want these to be rolled out mindlessly anymore. Those who think it's great are not aware of the controversy and the large volume of peer-reviewed study indicating there are biological effects from these emissions. Thousands of pages of scientific evidence that were part of the lawsuit that Ms. Garado just spoke about. Because of this gray area, local governments should have every right, in fact, the duty to slow down any further rollouts. So I really appreciate this phone call as the first line of advocacy for your community.
Thank you. Okay.
Peggy and then Adele. Go ahead, Peggy. Look for a button on your screen to unmute. Peggy Yanis.
Thank you. I'm going to be real short. I'm in complete opposition. I live in Carnegie Hill, across the street from one of the proposed monstrosities on 87th Street in Madison. But I have 2 questions. I keep on hearing the carriers want, in 25 years, I've never had cell phone issues in this neighborhood. I've been to 3rd Avenue or 2nd Avenue. There were problems. I switched carriers. Who are these carriers that are telling us that we need these cell phone towers? Who are they? Are they the same? Are they brand new companies that don't have the access to neighborhoods, don't want to pay, as some people said, roof rights to certain buildings? I'd like to know who these carriers are that are telling us what's good for us. And we need it, when I've never had a drop call in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume they're the usual suspects. Can anybody talk about the carriers that have asked them to cite this? Either Nick or Brett?
Yeah, well, I think Rob Sakota might be best suited to answer that.
All right, well, Rob, okay.
I'm not at liberty on this call to basically give you the names of specific customers who are asking for these sites. But again, as I said, people are going to a significant degree of time and expense. These are not inexpensive sites to install and put up. It's a lot of investment necessary for it, and they're just not doing it willy-nilly because they think there isn't a need. They're doing it because they have customers, and those customers are receiving services that they don't believe are up to par, and they want to make sure that they're giving a better service to the customers at the end of the day. Now, that may not be you. I certainly understand that many of you feel that your service is fine as is and don't need any adjustments to it. And again, that's fine, but I'm not sure that represents everybody.
Okay. Okay, is that it? Is that it, Will? We covered all the speakers?
We do have one that I'd promised earlier audibly, Adele Hogan, and then there are 2 people who've raised their hand and 1 person in the chat who's having a hard time raising his hand. So it's up to you if you want to go to those people, but Adele Hogan.
Let's have Adele. Let's have Adele be the last speaker here.
All right, I'm at 570 Park, and it doesn't surprise me that no one's bothered to look at the street situation before they approve this list. Because if you did come to the corner of 63rd and Park, you would see 2 buildings, major renovations with scaffolding everywhere and dumpsters, with one building, 570 Park, being a good neighbor to another building and taking not only our construction debris, but their construction debris in 2 dumpsters right outside our door. There isn't a foot left on the sidewalk to move a tower here or there. It's a very unsafe situation to think that an additional obstacle is going to be put on the street, particularly since we have so many churches and other religious institutions and schools within a 2-block radius. And the second point is that we are spending a lot of money to comply with the landmarks requirements down to the letter, including very elaborate requirements to procure terracotta from only one of 2 sources in the United States and things like that. And to be in a residential area where we are doing such a good job, I think, to try to comply with this at great expense, and then have this tower of 32 feet stuck up in our neighborhood is just outrageous. So I agree with all the comments and second them.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we go to the board now? Will, I have a list, but I'm not sure it's in the right order. Why don't you let me know?
Absolutely, yeah. So we have Alita, then Sharon Pope, then Rebecca Dangor, and then we'll go from there. There's several after that.
Okay. Why don't we have Alita first?
Hi. Thanks, Chuck and Craig and Will, and to the neighborhood and the community who've spoken out, and to the city for coming and presenting something that is somewhat lacking on detail. I'd like to propose a resolution, and if seconded, I'd like to speak to it. The resolution I'd like to propose is for a moratorium on the construction and planning of these 5G poles and devices until there is further and significant and final research to the extent possible on the health issues and the environmental impact, not just on people, but on the plants and the trees and the insects and the birds and the animals in Central Park. Frankly, I don't care about the rats, but and also on children and young adults, and that the aesthetics are considered for these kinds of poles. So that's the, and for the devices on the top of them. So until there is significant research, I'd like to propose, and conclusions that can be drawn from the research, I'd like to propose that resolution for moratorium.
Is there a second? So, yes, I see some hands here, Sharon and Valerie. Okay, go ahead. You want to?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to speak to the environment first, and I try to be short. So I've done a little bit of research, and I looked at the Environmental Health Trust that Ms. Scarato referred to. There's a professor that started that Environmental Health Trust. I'm just looking for it right now. And I'd like to just quote from a letter that she proposed, and she was a letter that she wrote publicly, and which was quoting scientists who've done significant research into cellular technology, much of which I had no idea about. So the quote I'd like to read is that the transmissions to and from proposed 5G wireless installations are radio frequency emissions that are an environmental pollutant found to cause cancer in both experimental animals and humans, DNA damage, neurological damage, and other adverse health and environmental effects, e.g. on birds, bees, and trees, according to internationally recognized authoritative research. So there's significant reason to doubt the so-called innocent health effects or insignificant health effects that the city has quoted here. In addition, countries in Europe are banning and severely restricting the use of cell phones in nursery schools and kindergartens and the lower grades because of the dangers of the technology and the radio frequency on young children and their brains. And yet the city is proposing to put these towers, which I don't even know what the equivalent of cell phone radio frequencies are in one of those poles, 10 feet or 20 feet from children's bedrooms, from schools. This is shameful and simply not called for. There's inadequate research to support what the city is saying, and in addition, significant research to support the idea that these radio frequencies are so potentially damaging that I am regretting every single time I've used a cell phone without headphones. And by the way, wired headphones are not very good for you either, much less, as someone said, keeping cell phones in your pocket. There is so that's on the environmental side of it, that the health risks are not fully disclosed or even fully understood by the city. If you want to look at aesthetics, Madison Avenue is one of our treasures. Park Avenue, Fifth Avenue are our treasures, not just for the residents, but for the visitors that the city is claiming need to have these cell towers. I'll just call them towers, or these poles for now. And yet the value of the architecture, the value of the storefronts is significant. Every window display that involves lights or something else, I believe, on Madison Avenue must go before the Landmarks Preservation Commission, yet they're talking about advertising. And these are not solely commercial blocks as they are in Midtown Manhattan either. The aesthetics of the pole are huge, and I mean that literally, because there is a YouTube video that I was looking at as well, where Mayor Adams unveiled the first 5G pole, and you could see the width of it is about the size of a person. So you're talking about a 30-foot high thing like that with something even larger on the top, and the damage it will do aesthetically is not to be discounted for some unnamed group. And speaking of unnamed groups, I'd like to follow the money here and see who's really profiting from the installation of these poles at the health, the environmental, the aesthetic, the architectural, and the historic significance of the community. I have a couple of more notes, and I appreciate everyone's patience, and thank you. I don't know. I'm concerned if the providers are not doing this altruistically. So where are the profits going, and how are they getting it? Where's the financial benefit that's being made here? In addition, there was a press release, I'm not sure when, but I think from the mayor's office, where 90% of these poles are supposed to go in outer boroughs and above 96th Street. So we're only talking about 10% of the poles here. The city is going to be riddled. This neighborhood is going to be riddled with potentially devastatingly significant health risks here. I know I've been redundant, so I'm going to stop here, but those are all the reasons I believe that these installation planning of these 5G network poles should be stopped until we know more about them, until the community's input is acknowledged and heard and acted upon, because clearly the community, not one person spoke in favor of this, not from a lawyer to environmental experts to parents. Nobody spoke in favor of this. So there's no reason to do this, and the community's views must be considered. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Lita. Next is Sharon, the Pope Marshal.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for that resolution, Alita. First of all, I am just so sorry for Virginie Glazner. I believe that's how you pronounce her last name. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. To have some monstrosity just outside of her window. I mean, we all read about it, but to have such a monstrosity placed outside her window is just really just horrendous. And it's very frustrating, and I'm sure she must feel very helpless, actually, as we all do at times when these things come up. I'd like to follow up George Graham's line of thinking with respect to how the communication companies are making these requests to City Bridge. And Robert Sokota, you mentioned that it was the communications companies who, and I quote, understand where the need exists. I think that I need to understand the process. I think I need to understand things. The first is the process of their communications and why and secondly, why don't we have any representatives from those communication companies who are really pseudo state utilities in a way. I mean, you'll forgive me for really pushing the boundaries on that, but I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have any representatives from those companies before us this evening. And and if you don't mind, everyone, I'd like to switch hats for just a moment and just say that on behalf of Civitas, we're extremely concerned, very much worried about these types of installations, not only with this particular one, but also with what I perceive as being electronic billboards in a way which are just absolutely fabulous for Times Square, but not necessarily appropriate for our residential communities in New York City. And so circling back, Robert, if you would not mind just explaining this process to us a little bit, and also telling us the reason why we don't have any representatives from the communications companies that have requested this type of infrastructure in our neighborhoods.
Sure.
Thank you.
I apologize. I'm sorry. So, we've had a number of these meetings with many community boards, and, Dick and myself and others in City Bridge are here to talk about the deployment of the infrastructure and the many services that are provided, one of which is the cellular phone service that will be enabled potentially by our Link 5G structures. We don't have a representative of the carriers, and don't have a very good speak for them as to why they do or don't on these calls. But I can tell you that I think typically their analyses would be to look at the services they're providing across New York City, look where they think the services are showing that they're not able to meet capacity demands from their existing customers, where demand might be growing and they're determining that they need additional capacity, where they may, in some cases, either drop calls or maybe have slower service than in other areas. And they believe as a matter of customer service to ensure that New Yorkers can get good cell phone service, get good access to the internet over their phones. They are constantly looking to see where they have these capacity shortfalls, and are looking to companies like City Bridge and others to create the infrastructure necessary for them to be able to provide these services on a continuing basis.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Robert. I have one other question. Is City Bridge owned by Alphabet?
No, City Bridge is not owned by Alphabet.
Do any of the communication companies have an interest in City Bridge? And that's my last question, I promise.
No.
None of the mobile carriers, the people who you would normally associate with the provision of cellular phone services, either the larger carriers or frankly even any of the potential new entrants into the market, none of those entities is an owner of City Bridge, no.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon, Rebecca Dangor, I believe, is next. Can we unmute Rebecca?
Hi. All right. So please note, I'm not going to speak to any health, environmental, aesthetic concerns because I feel like those have been addressed at length. But I have a couple points that center around kind of the purpose and function of this proposal. Right. The first is, from what I've heard from the presentation, the main function of these towers is to improve cellular service in areas where service is not up to par and where carriers and not local residents have requested specific areas for support. Speaking personally, I can attest to a need for improved service around New York Hospital. Trust me, trying to contact loved ones, etc., by phone or text in a hospital and realizing you have no cell service is a unique type of frustration. So it makes sense to me that a cellular company would have noted that need, but by the same token, I just can't understand the need for over 3 times the amount of towers in such a concentrated area in Carnegie Hill. You know, as you've seen tonight, we work very, very closely with that community and with Carnegie Hill neighbors. And I feel like if there was such an urgent need, we would have heard at least one complaint by now. So something doesn't really make sense there. Next, I'm also confused as to why you included NYCHA in your presentation and the need for public Wi-Fi. If that is A, only a benefit and not a purpose of implementing these structures, and B, you're not placing one anywhere near Stanley Isaacs. This also doesn't make sense. You know, this board's on record in our district needs statement stating that Wi-Fi access for NYCHA residents should be considered critical infrastructure. So I'm kind of disappointed in how that was kind of used as a little bit of a way to try and encourage support for this proposal when you're not actually following through on that issue. And then finally, I'm also concerned that security was not part of this presentation. You know, a member of the public mentioned concerns about hacking, but another issue that's been consistently raised by privacy advocates is that the data of, you know, users of the Link kiosks and I guess these towers can be collected, and that data can be used to track users' movements throughout the city. So I just also don't understand why there wasn't a security part to the presentation.
Chuck, did we lose you?
I don't see where he's off camera right now. So let's go to Rebecca Lamort then, who I think is next.
Okay. Rebecca Lamort, please unmute.
Thank you. My questions center on the health impacts that some of my neighbors have spoken about. There are a lot of medical implants and healthcare devices that frequencies like this, towers like this, services like this can negatively impact. So I just would love to hear from the presenters if you could speak more to that and what you're doing to either mitigate it, acknowledge it, what the realities are around this.
Thank you. Rob, can you speak to any research that or any, are you aware of any information related to impacts on people's physical health other than just the RF, but like other devices, physical personal devices?
I'm not sure I understand the question. You're asking about the health effects of cellular communications, or
yeah, for example, there's some medical implant devices that will experience disturbances from these cell services, especially the new 5G powerful towers that we're seeing. It's not just pacemakers, it's other medical implants. So I would just love to hear you speak to that a little more, the impacts on them and what we're doing to mitigate them, since it's such a densely populated neighborhood. We have a lot of seniors, people with disabilities, and what we're doing about that.
So Rob, I'll jump in if that's all right. So I completely appreciate concerns about health and safety. Everyone should be concerned about their health and safety. I am also. You know, look, we're not medical experts here, and certainly we're not aware of any studies that show what you are saying. That's not, you know, if you've got something you'd like to share with us, we'd be happy to see it. As everything that we have seen shows that, you know, within the bounds of the FCC's safety regulations, 5G, like all cellular and other radio frequency, you know, we're bathed in radio frequency all day long from our Wi-Fi, our television, our radios, our current cellular systems, and these are all regulated by the FCC within limits, right? It's not about you don't want to be maybe within inches of one of these radios, but within the boundaries of the regulations, the service and the exposure is safe, and that's, you know, that's what we can say about that. So Happy to review anything if you would like to share it with us. But all of the information that we have shows that it is safe within the boundaries of what we're permitting it and what we're permitted to use.
Okay, I have some information on medical implant devices that can be impacted, by this because they share the same frequencies to communicate and help people that have these implants. And next from that, I would like to talk about urban planning, our street space, making sure that we have adequate space, from the curb cut to a building. So pedestrians, wheelchair users, strollers, people walking their dogs, everyone can get around safely. I move about the community with a cane, and right now between outdoor dining and other factors on the street, now adding another component that's extra cumbersome, and that's something that's going to negatively impact people other than what's already been discussed. So what are we doing to mitigate that? How are we working with DOT? How are we making sure a wheelchair can get through on every street? We're seeing one of these new 18 locations pop up, for example.
Can you get me a blanket?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think I'll answer it this way. There's literally dozens of siting criteria, including, most importantly, I think, in my view, a clear path. And Nick and Rob, please jump in. I believe it's at least a 9-foot or 8-foot clear path requirement.
It's 8 feet.
8 feet, thank you. Sorry. So all of that went through the Department of City Planning in terms of their land use review of the location. So as long as we are in compliance with all that siting criteria, which is fairly extensive, these can be cited. I would note as well, and again, Rob and Nick can amplify this, the Link 5G is actually has a smaller footprint than the Link kiosk. And Nick, please keep me honest. Maybe you could talk about the dimensions at the lower level.
Sure. It is the depth of the structure is smaller in both the ad and the non-ad version. The ad version is 34 inches relative to 35 existing link, and the non-ad version is 19 inches deep relative to the 35 inches on the existing kiosk. So it's actually less of an obstruction in the sidewalk than the existing link kiosk design.
Okay, but how are we mitigating? Are any of these kiosks going to be next to an outdoor dining structure, for example, where that 34 inches, then that's 34 inches, and then you have a structure jutting out? What space is left? Are we seeking waivers from DOT for anything, or are we honoring the 8-foot rule all around for every location?
The 8-foot rule is a hard rule as far as I understand it, and these structures must be within the certain distance to the curb, so it wouldn't be within a sidewalk, shed, or anything else for that matter.
No, I'm not concerned about within the shed. I understand these are at the curb, but if this is at the curb and then you have an outdoor dining structure jutting out about 6 feet, and then you have 6 feet out for an outdoor dining structure, and then you have the 34-inch structure there jutting out, I just worry that that little 2 feet, that 1.5 foot left is not adequate. And I just want to make sure we're planning for that as well. Because there are some streets on the residential blocks here where we have small businesses, we have smaller restaurants, and we do see this happening. And it's something that came up a lot during our outdoor dining conversation at the board. And so now to add another factor to the street, take up space, even though it's smaller than the other kiosks, just want to make sure we're planning for that.
Yeah, we'll take a look at any new, obviously outdoor dining over the last year or two has exploded in terms of its prevalence. So we'll take a look at any new structures that may be installed that are not covered on the siting criteria to ensure that there is proper path and clearance around it. So we'll take a look to see what impacts outdoor dining may have, if any.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good question. Thank you.
Well, I think Michelle Birnbaum is next.
Thank you, Chuck, Craig, and Will. Yeah, so what I'm hearing here is this community, or at least these proposed sites, they don't need this. They don't want it. I'm hearing, to my mind, that it's a selling of the street. It's a revenue stream for the city, for this company. I've been to Iceland, where every single wire, including the wireless, is buried underground. In the middle of an ice wilderness, you have full cell phone service and you do not see a tower. And they only have a few months of the year to actually dig the ground, because it's frozen most of the year. If there's the technology and can be accomplished in an environment like that, it can certainly be accomplished here if you claim that the communication companies want this. It's very disturbing to me that Mr. Sakota did not feel that he could divulge who those people were at this meeting, as though that's some kind of a secret. Certainly, that would be the first bit of information we would all be entitled to know. Who's asking you for this? Why are you here? Are you already under contract? Has a contract already been signed with the city? In which case, what kind of an obligation do you have to, or does the city have to honor that contract? How, we always seem to find out things after they're a fait accompli, and frankly, I'm sort of sick of that. We talk about all the health issues. You understand that. There are security issues. My understanding is that these towers have somewhat of a memory. And if you use one and then you pass by it again, it can hook into you. In the commercial area on 86th Street, when one of these was installed, people gathered round and plugged in for a long time and watched movies. We are a residential area, Park Avenue and Fifth Avenue in particular. And while Madison Avenue has commercial entity, it is also residential. We are not encouraging those kinds of gatherings. In addition, there are openings at the bottoms of these, and rats have been seen to nest in them because it does provide a kind of a warmth. And so with the kind of rat population that we're concerned with now, that's just another reason in opposition to this. But I'd like to know if the contracts have been signed. Is there any way to get out? And lastly, I would just, I would ask two more questions. One, was there an actual posting of a flyer in front of every one of these buildings that you're proposing?
Yes,
well, good.
there
I'm
was.
glad to hear that.
You're welcome.
The other thing I would like to say with reference to the resolution that's on the floor, I would like a friendly amendment that would not postpone looking at this issue until additional information comes out, but to vote it down completely, because even if we find out more information about health and health mitigation, that does not solve the aesthetics. I'll put my other hat on. I'm the president of Historic Park Avenue. I filed the RFP with the Landmarks Commission to make Park Avenue between 79th and 86th Street a historic district. It took me 9 years to get that done. It was a massive effort, and it was declared a state, a city, and it's on the National Register as well, because of the historic architecture, because of the architects that did build here, and many of the same architects are north of 86th Street and south of 79th Street, and that's why this area is beautiful. So I would like if Alita would consider that, because her resolution, even if we found mitigation for the health issues, it does not talk about the aesthetics. And so I would like to see this resolution say that we are opposed. But all things considered, and considering that you heard from, you had about 150 people on this call, I would like to see this put to bed and put away. But I would like to know, as an answer for Mr. Sakota and any of his colleagues, is have contracts been signed? How obligated are you? And how reversible is this? So that, along with the change in the resolution. Thanks very much for listening.
I'll just quickly jump in. So I just want to be clear. So from the city's perspective, we have a contract with City Bridge. They're our franchisee. We have a franchise agreement with them to deploy these links, certain conditions prescribed in the franchise. And our role is really to create an environment so that these companies can install new telecom infrastructure, which is really what's helped us all. Everyone's had great things to say about the coverage in their area, and I generally have good coverage as well on my device where I am, anywhere around the city. And that's due in large part to infrastructure improvements, infrastructure enhancements that we've seen over the last couple of decades. And given the explosion of new devices that are out there, everyone has 2, 3, 4 devices, and the amount of data that's transmitted, that's the real reason. That's why we need the additional infrastructure. And if we just stay with the status quo, we will suffer. And God forbid, the next pandemic or the next time that we are saddled working from home, doing school from home, we won't have that infrastructure, excuse me, in place to support our needs. So this is the time really to do the right thing. And I don't want to speak for the City Bridge team, but I mean, it's fair to say that these are being built at the request, as has been noted, by the wireless carriers. So it's the AT&T, T-Mobiles, and Verizons of the world, and there's a new Dish TV as well as coming into the market. So it's going to be all those carriers. Those are the players who are involved based on their business needs, and they have the data. They have it. It's proprietary to them. They're not going to invest capital where it's not absolutely needed, and we're happy to create that environment. Obviously, these structures are not invisible, right? I mean, there's no way to get there. But what we sought to do is create really what's the least intrusive thing that we could do to help the industry, help expand services to the people who need it the most. Is it always going to be? Is it going to be invisible? Are people just going to never see it? I think over time, people will accept it, just as we have with other streetscape items, wayfinding and light poles and newsstands and bus shelters, things that we just kind of accept as part of the urban streetscape. Not saying we will on day one. I'm not saying you have to, of course, but I've come to see it in that light. And I think generally this is a tough thing, right? We want to improve wireless communication services, and no way to do that in a completely invisible manner. So yeah, and Rob, Nick, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add.
Well, Brett, you didn't really answer the question. I assume, though, that this being a city contract, there are ways you could get out of it if you had to get out of it. I've never, the city usually leaves itself some room if there are issues that come up.
Yeah, but to the extent there is something that's not in compliance with the franchise agreement, and to date there hasn't been any evidence of non-compliance. The franchisee, in this case City Bridge, is authorized to install these pursuant to a very prescribed formula and procedure, and we're following that procedure. So there hasn't been a violation of note that would warrant any kind of change to the contract or cancellation or termination of it.
I assume this contract is public, available to the public, since it's a government document.
Franchise agreement, yes, with City Bridge is on our website, on the nyc.gov.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next is Valerie Mason. Go ahead, Valerie.
Valerie, just unmute. Valerie, you may have been on different devices, so unmute on the device that has the hand up.
Should we wait for Valerie and go to Russell?
I think you can go to Russell.
Go ahead. Let's go to Russell, and we'll see if Valerie can get back on. Go ahead,
Thanks.
Russell.
So I would like to make a friendly amendment or a substitute motion, depending on, I guess, whether the friendly amendment is accepted, and that is to essentially narrow the focus of the resolution to the particular sites that have been proposed in our district, as opposed to talking about, a citywide policy. And I can speak more to that, but I just want to see if it's accepted as a friendly amendment first, or kind of what the procedures can be.
Alita, do you want to accept that?
Yes, I accept that, because that's actually what I meant to ask for, which is, but not just for the sites that they listed, because nothing would stop them from then listing other sites, but for all of CB8.
Okay, I think that, I'm okay with that also. And basically the reason I think is probably pretty evident, but basically I don't feel, first of all, it's possible, and we don't know if there are other neighborhoods that are asking for this and do feel there's a service need for it. And I don't want to, prejudge that or second guess those people, but it's pretty clear from what we're hearing tonight that that's not the case in our district. And on top of that, I'll just say I don't feel competent to weigh into the sort of broader health and safety questions. I think the FDA and the WHO have said that this is safe. I've heard the other things that other people have said. Again, I don't feel competent to judge that. It's just, to me, I don't think we need to necessarily resolve that particular question or take a position on it. I think it's enough for us to say how we feel about these, kiosks coming to our district. So that's also, if that's accepted, then that's that. I did want to ask also if it's possible for public comments. I guess that there was a mention of people being able to submit public comments and that you guys would be taking those. And so my question is, what's the mechanism for doing that? Where can people submit that? If there's a link that can be posted in the chat, for us to have, that would be helpful.
Yeah, Brett, do you want to answer that?
Yeah. I think, and I'll let my other colleagues from OTI jump in if this is incorrect or misstated, but I think all public comments we send those notices to the community board, to elect representatives of the community. So community boards, council members, bids. So I think all comments, probably just for the sake of keeping order to this, should probably be funneled for those channels and then into us. That makes sense.
Okay, so public comments can be sent to us and also, and we'll, I guess, reflect what's been discussed in this meeting, obviously, also.
For sure, yeah.
Good. Okay, thanks, Russell. I think Valerie is back with us, I think. Can we get Valerie on?
Hi, guys. I'm sorry I had to get in and out of the conversation. I just have two questions. The first was when they City Bridge ran through the presentation, it said they had a survey that 80% of New Yorkers were in favor of this, and really small at the bottom of the slide, it said that was a survey of 1,300 New Yorkers. Is that correct? Because that's 0.00001% of all New Yorkers.
That's right. Conducted by a survey company. Most surveys don't actually survey 100, or no surveys survey 100%. So it's a statistically relevant sample of New Yorkers.
You think that 1,300 New Yorkers is a significant study of a city of over 8 million people?
Ma'am, I don't conduct surveys myself, but I just like polling is done and takes a sample of people based on demographics, and they ensure that the mix of many more people than 1,300 were surveyed. That was the pool that was taken as a representative sample based on the demographic makeup of the pool.
Okay, and then my other question is, in response to somebody else's question, you said you could not identify your customers.
Yeah, that's what they said, but Brett named a few of them.
Okay, and why do you think that they are your customers? I don't understand how a carrier can be a customer.
So the way this infrastructure works is that and this goes for Link 5G or a rooftop or any other siting location. There is an owner of that structure and then a carrier who wants to place a radio there because they require a radio to provide coverage to their customers, leases that space from the owner and the maintainer of that structure. So in this case, City Bridge is the maintainer of the structure and the carrier is the customer in the sense that they lease that space to place their radio.
And who is the owner of the structure?
The owner of the structure is City Bridge for the duration of the contract.
And can you tell me how much money you're going to make on this contract?
I'm afraid I can't. That's a little too ambiguous a question to answer.
Well, can you tell me how much money you've made on the contracts that you already have with the other non-5G tower, the 5G wireless in the city?
City Bridge doesn't yet have 5G wireless radios deployed, so to date, zero.
Well, I mean, okay, that's not what I meant. I meant the other Link NYC, the ones that are deployed all over the Upper East Side right now.
Yeah, we don't have any cellular radios installed in those. So zero.
Okay, but I'm asking you a different question. You do own and operate the Link NYC that's already installed all across the city, correct?
That's right.
Okay, how much do you make from those?
So I mean, I can't quote you a number off the top of my head. What I can tell you is that there have been hundreds of millions of dollars invested in deploying the system to date, and that has not been recuperated yet in the form of revenue.
Okay, and with the gentleman from the city of New York, can you tell me how much the city is making off of off of the Link NYC that's already been installed? And you say that it says Office of Technology, but it sounds more like a franchise office. How much the city in the projections would make from installing these 5G towers or giving license for them to be in the city?
Yeah, so we're Office of Technology and Innovation. We are the franchise authority for telecommunications franchises throughout the city. I don't have that information on me. We can certainly get that to the board immediately after. It's all public information in terms of how much revenue the city generates from each of its franchises. But I'm sorry, I don't have that with me offhand.
Okay, and while you're answering my question, can you tell us? I mean, the non-5G that's in operation right now. Those really appear to be, for lack of a better term, all they are is electronic billboards that are on the sidewalk. And those really, if they were put on the sides of buildings, they wouldn't be permitted, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So the Link kiosks do a lot more than obviously just advertising. They do unlimited free calling, local and long distance calling. They provide high-speed Wi-Fi, access to community services. So they do a whole lot more. And the advertising is there to support and provide the revenue stream to support all those free services that we get.
Well, then they're really not free, right?
Well, they're free to the public, they're free to the user in terms of not having to drop a quarter in the slot to make a phone call or pay to use the Wi-Fi.
Have you ever done a survey of these of New Yorkers now that these have been installed to see if they're actually worthwhile?
I think, and Nick, you may have the data in terms of like the usage, the phone calls, the amount of data consumed from the Wi-Fi. I don't know if you have that on hand, but it's pretty sizable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Valerie.
No. Go ahead if you have the answer.
Oh, well, I can speak broadly. I don't have the data directly at my fingertips to give you a very precise answer. I can say on the usage question, we've had over 12 million people sign up. And we see, millions of sessions per week on the Wi-Fi network. And there's roughly, I believe it's 500,000 free phone calls made a month. So that's on the usage side of just those two free services, and obviously there's others, as Brett mentioned.
And I can I stop you right there?
Sure.
What is the best interest of the city of New York in subsidizing free phone calls? What is the policy interest there in subsidizing free phone calls?
Yeah, again, I'm not sure the nature of the question.
The nature of the question, I think
the city is not spending a dime on these kiosks, nor will we ever. There's no cost. There's no cost to the city. There's no cost to the individual user to get access to all the amenities that they offer, both in the current links and in the planned Link 5Gs. So it's all amenity with no cost, both to taxpayers and to the individual user.
I don't really think that's an answer, but my last question, and if somebody's already asked it, just tell me. My understanding is that the current Link kiosks, because they generate a lot of heat, many of them become rat infested because the rats love the heat. And I just wondered how you are dealing with that. And I would think anything that had microwave energy would also attract them. And we have a very serious rat problem in this city. So what would be, how do you respond?
I can answer that. So we inspect every site at least once a week. And we don't have many that have rats, but you were right. Rats get in just about anywhere, including our kiosks. And when they are found, we bring exterminators in and remove them and patch whatever hole they came in through. All of the conduits, everything in these kiosks are already filled to prevent this. Sometimes rats find a way in because the rats, I guess, are like that. But we do exterminate them and resolve any issues like that we find.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Valerie. Rita Popper hasn't spoken, so Rita, can we call on Rita?
Hey, I would love to have it's time to call a question, but before we do, we haven't mentioned privacy of these kiosks that are outside and in direct ray of private apartments. And as long as our proposal states everything that has been said, because what Michelle said, where other countries aren't doing this or are doing 5G and doing it a different way. Everything that Alita said and everyone said, Craig, I don't envy you your job, but no one can do it better than you. But I can't help thinking about Jordan Woke at this moment.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
And when we talk about providing the services for people who need it, who don't, I saw the map, and again, there is absolutely nothing up near the homes towers. There are no kiosks up there, so that for those people to have that free phone. So I'm not buying the altruistic part of this presentation. I just think I can't help but think of things that have been sold to people to only find out how bad it really was. Something I grew up with. Drug companies told us that thalidomide was a really good sleeping pill, and pregnant women gave birth to deformed babies. So
not here. It was stopped here. The FDA stopped it.
Yeah. But I think that what we need is that we need our elected officials to protect us. And that's what we need in this proposal. Not that we just don't like this or anything. There has not been enough study. Everybody here has had a valid input. So I call the question.
Is there a second? Okay.
Well, before we actually get there, I'm seeking some clarification as to what the resolution is at this point.
Yeah.
So I have a few questions. First, if Russell can just be unmuted along with Alita. Russell, were you also asking that we remove any reference to health concerns and considerations as part of this?
No, he was just narrowing it down to the.
Yeah, well, I
think.
Yes, I don't think that should be in the resolution, just because I feel like that's beyond the scope of what, I think there's two sides to that issue. I frankly don't feel competent to evaluate it one way or another, and I just don't think it's necessary to get into that for the purposes of this resolution.
Well, I don't know what's Alita's view on that.
Well,
right, that was.
I disagree, Russell, because I think there are very many serious unanswered questions about the health risks that all of the studies that I read, that which were referred to throughout the course of this evening, were not noted by the city, or they deflected them and said they haven't seen anything like that. So I think there needs to be, certainly, I think I agree with Michelle that there should not be these polls in the in the neighborhood. And I think for all of Community District 8, we should reference that, but that the environmental aspect, the fact alone that there are many unanswered questions, and that the research on cellular technology, the high frequency, if I'm getting this right, radio waves that are produced are potentially very dangerous just from a single cell phone. And we don't know the extent of of what that technology is and what the potential damage is. So I do think that the environmental aspects of it, and it's not just on people, it's also we're close to Central Park, we're a major migratory bird stop. We don't know the impact of any of this. Research on trees have shown that tree crowns are diminished in their proximity to cell towers. So I think there's a lot of information that we just don't know about. So I think
I did a very quick Google search, and again, it said, what I found was that the WHO has said definitively, essentially, that 5G is safe. That the FDA and the U.S. government has said definitively that 5G is safe. It's not to say that those institutions couldn't be incorrect. It's just that, to me, that's, that's pretty strong indication of that. And again, I mean, without having any, to me, that's a much broader discussion of, is it safe or not? I mean, whether this board is capable.
Yeah, but I'm not saying. Oh, I'm sorry, Russell. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I like whether we'd be able to weigh in on that, ever, let alone, based on the scope of discussion that we've had in this meeting. I just don't think we know enough from what we've been discussing here tonight. I think people, it's sort of a bunch of people who have done some kind of armchair research on their own. And to me, that's not adequate to make that really, that I would be comfortable with sort of making that, frankly, making any kind of judgment on that basis. And I would also just say that, to me, the implications of saying that, like, cell phones, or the implications of saying that these towers are dangerous, I don't understand logically how that doesn't call into question essentially all cell phones and all that kind of stuff that people routinely use. And maybe that stuff is dangerous, but most of us are walking around every day with that stuff in our pockets. Maybe we shouldn't do that, et cetera, et cetera. But, basically everybody does. And so I think if that's seriously something that we're actually putting out here is, this is something we're concerned about, whatever, that's just so much broader than what we're dealing with. And it just seems to me that, what we need to do is say, here's this thing that's been proposed very specifically that's going to go onto the sidewalk. And do we want it? Yes or no? And there have been a lot of people who have put in a lot of reasons why they're concerned about it. And I think some of it is that people aren't convinced by the ostensible justifications for it and all of that. I don't know how to make a determination about the environmental safety of this.
Russell,
I'm not suggesting a determination
Right.
on the environmental safety. I'm suggesting that we say that there are questions that have been raised, because some of the research, the armchair research, admittedly, that I did suggest that there are dangers, and that other governments have seen dangers, and that there are reasons why this government has not, potentially. So without calling into question any judgment made by this government, but I believe in science, and I don't know what the answer to the science is. And safety of 5G may not be a tower that's 20 feet or 10 feet from an apartment window where people are home 24 hours a day sometimes. That's a very strong exposure to what may be dangerous. So until we know for sure, what we're looking at here may not be what was studied. The size of these things and the proximity to people in their homes is very different than just carrying around a cell phone or having a 5G tower in a green field someplace. And I think that it deserves something different, and the consideration that while there are these questions, that these towers should not be going up. And that's in addition to everything else, to the aesthetics of it, to the finances of it, to the fact that it won't answer the digital divide, that nobody wants it in the neighborhood, that aesthetically it's wrong. All of those matter. But I think the environment questions matter too, but they are questions. I don't have an answer to that. I don't think any of us have an answer to that.
Can I make a suggestion?
No, let me make a suggestion here. There happen to be studies that do show there are issues with these things, but as I thought about what Alita was saying, she's not asking us to reach a conclusion. She's just saying there have been issues raised and she wants that looked at further. And I think that's a reasonable thing. And I guess, Russell, if you want to make an amendment to do something like that, you can, but that's the way Alita sees it. And she accepted your part of the amendment that says it's confined to our district here. And so that's where we are. I mean, I think we ought to, we don't want to talk about this forever.
Well, can I actually offer my suggestion?
Yes, you can. You usually come up with a good suggestion, so go ahead.
Well, and this goes back to the other friendly amendment that I didn't hear a response to, or maybe I just did from Alita, but Michelle had requested that the language be changed so that we were making clear that we are opposing it entirely. Do we make this a two-part resolution where the first part is just opposing the proposal as presented, and within Community Board 8, and then the second piece be what, Alita, your resolution was, the moratorium of planning, of further planning until research on health issues and environmental impacts are performed. So that way we're addressing the near term and then the longer term. And if anyone's uncomfortable with the health impact aspect of it, they could vote separately on it.
I could live with that.
What about just a whereas clause that says that these are questions that have been raised and that's part of
I think it was going to be a whereas clause probably.
So I prefer that to Chuck's solution. Or sorry, to Craig's solution.
Okay. Why don't we do that? Put it in the
I
whereas.
could live with that too.
Okay, so let's proceed to a vote on this.
Yeah,
I see people. We've already gone. Let's see, 2.5 and 3/4 hours on this, and I think let's call it. We have a resolution on the floor, and I think we ought to vote for it. If people don't like it, they can obviously vote against it. So why don't we one of the secretaries?
Can I just raise one other point,
Yes,
which is
go ahead.
the city's press release that these are mostly supposed to go in outside north of 96th Street and in the outer boroughs. And I'd like to see that in the resolution as well. And I don't have more to say on the digital divide, but I don't want to take up your time. But that was what the city itself said. So
that should go in the whereas too. I agree.
Wherever it goes, it should just go someplace. Thank you.
Yeah.
So can we? One of the secretaries.
You guys do it.
Do this.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I guess it's me. Michelle is waving her physical hand.
I know. I don't want to get.
I assume it relates to her friendly amendment. Anyway, you guys handle it.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Okay, so the question has been called, Chuck.
Yep.
Let me just read the roll.
Make sure you have the roll here.
Yes. And I'm going to lower all the hands.
Yes, and please hold off on raising your hands until I read it. It will just be a lot easier. All right, so we have myself, Chuck, Alita, Barbara, Jane, John McClement, Lori, Michelle, Mohit, Rebecca Dangor, Rebecca Lamore, Rita, Russell, Sharon, Stephanie, Valerie, and then I thought I saw later on in here, Judy.
Yeah, Judy Schneider. I saw
Judy's at the very bottom.
Yeah, if I missed anyone from the board, please let me know.
Okay. So I guess anyone in favor doesn't have to. Who's going to do this? It's one of the or we can just do it. All those in favor don't have to do anything. All those against or abstaining or not voting for a cause, raise their hands. And all right, we have Rebecca Dangor, and no editorials here.
Point of information, just want to confirm the resolution does not make any stipulations as to whether or not there are certain areas in our community that might need increased cell service.
No, it doesn't say anything on that.
Okay, then I'm a yes.
Okay. Michelle?
And right now, this is only for board members. So if you raise your hand, I'm going to put it right back down. If you're not a board member.
So I am not clear as to whether or not Alita accepted my friendly resolution. She did. Okay, so you're voting in opposition, without qualification. And
No.
then the whereases will have the information. Okay, can I also request that a whereas says that the technology is there for putting this underground, and that may come to light in the future. So if all that is in there, then I'm in favor of the resolution. I wasn't clear as to whether or not it was.
Do we know that for a fact? Do we know that when you refer to Iceland, that is 5G that they put underground?
I do know that for a fact. But as long as Alita nodded her head about, okay, then I'm in favor. I'll take my hand down.
I just don't want to put anything in there that can't be substantiated.
Right. Well, we'll check. We'll have to check it out. The board is meeting next week, and hopefully we'll check it out. Okay. I think did that pass unanimously then?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I thank all the people who came to speak about this, and it's obviously an important issue. And we thank the people from the city and also from City Bridge for your presentation and being willing to answer questions and endure the comments. And so we should proceed on to our next item here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Very much.
Now, this is a no parking zone change request for 828 Madison Avenue. And is there anyone here for the applicant on that? Do we have anybody, Will, at all?
Yeah, Kevin Williams, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Williams.
you so much.
Is there anyone else from your team?
I think I'm the only one. May I share my screen?
You may. Go ahead right now. It should be
so
available
much.
now.
So I'm Kevin Williams. I'm a principal and managing director of Equity Environmental Engineering. This request for a signage change is related to the previous application for an SLA approved by this board a few months back related to Maxime's at the Westbury, located at 848 Madison Avenue between 70th and 69th Streets, based on an agreement that we developed with the adjacent co-op, the 10 East 70th Co-op. We developed some mitigation measures related to the proposed private dining club at the location to basically move loading zone or an area that could be used as a loading zone by properly redesignating the street signage to an area that would front approximately 80 feet to the south of the stop bar at 70th and Madison Avenue. And the idea was that we didn't want to further encumber 70th Street and Narrow Street with traffic associated with the drop-offs and pickups from trash delivery and deliveries related to the operation of the club. And also, the other idea was that you do see a lot of double parking while vehicles are loading, unloading, proximate to this block and adjacent sites. And we feel that it would be both beneficial to the operation of the club and avoiding disturbing the residents on 70th Street, as well as provide a drop-off zone generally for packages on that block and perimeter. Can you see my shared screen?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm sharing the right location. Okay, so the idea is right now it's currently signed 2-hour metered parking, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Now we just see your desktop, Kevin.
Oh, okay, so
go back to what you had before.
I have 3 screens, so thank you. So the change would very simply to be an 80-foot portion of that from that corner to change from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. to no parking anytime. No parking anytime is basically in line with the neighborhood loading zone program of DOT. It basically allows package deliveries by commercial vehicles, taxi and car service, pickup and drop off, active loading and unloading, and providing a dedicated curb space for these activities during daytime and evening hours. And so the idea here is that we're requesting this both for our operations and for the neighborhood area. Just to give you a diagram, this is the portion that we're speaking about. It represents about half of the block. And this is the, sort of the pedestrian look at the location. And we're seeking the board support on our application to DOT for this sign change.
Where's the entrance to your building?
It's if you see off here to the left, it's this basically this portico.
And so you want that all the way to, is that to Madison Avenue there?
Yeah, so basically from kind of the center line of that entry on, and the private dining club occupies basically everything from that point on, from the portico on, they would be operating.
Has the city, the city's designated certain drop-off areas. They haven't designated this as a drop-off area.
They haven't, no.
Well, let me just mention, our general policy has been that we don't approve these kinds of things for residential buildings. However, we've made some exceptions for unusual circumstances, and that's the question here, whether this is that kind of circumstance. And I don't know if there's any members of the public who want to comment on this before we get to the board. Do you see any, Will?
Les Samuels, go ahead.
Yeah, Leslie Samuels, why don't we go ahead, unmute.
Yes, good afternoon, or good evening, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm the president of the East 70th Street Block Association. So we followed this very carefully in connection with the discussions with the applicant and 10 East 70th. And just to make sure that you understand, there is a proposed service door that's going to be installed on 70th Street, just west of the corner. And garbage is going to come in and out of that door along with food deliveries. So the whole purpose of this is to make sure that the trucks picking up garbage and delivering foods, et cetera, are not parking on 70th Street and causing undue congestion. And remember, 70th Street has a bike lane, and also at the end of 70th Street on the whole east side, there's an emergency entrance. So sometimes we get traffic from emergency vehicles on 70th Street. So we're very concerned that the 70th Street is going to get unduly congested. And the agreement that was set with the applicant and number 10, which we observed, says that they're not going to leave any garbage on 70th Street. They'll take it out to the corner, just around the corner on Madison. So that, and also there's going to be a door on Madison Avenue close to 70th Street. The club goes all the way from the main entrance, which was pointed out to you, but there's another entrance that is going to be used for just under this bridge here. You can see there's another entrance that they're going to use for deliveries of napkins and all, whatever. So it's very important to us for the community that we not have excessive traffic on 70th Street. And that's why the Block Association fully supports this application. And I would also add, I put on my other hat, I'm the president of 470 Owners Corp, which is for number 4 East 70th Street, and we fully support this as well.
Okay. Any other members of the public that we see, Will?
Yes, Phyllis Weisberg.
Phyllis Weisberg. Okay, Phyllis, just go ahead.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Weisberg. I'm an attorney with Armstrong Teasdale, and we represent 10 East 70th. 10 East 70th is right next door to the property in question. We negotiated a series of stipulated conditions with the applicant for the liquor license. Though the license was approved by the Street Life Committee, it was approved by the community board based on the stipulated conditions. And this is integral to those stipulated conditions. So which
condition? I'm looking at the thing. Which condition here was that?
All deliveries all pickups, everything on Madison Avenue, so there would be no burden on East 70th Street.
I don't see that, and I don't see that here. I see that the application, the stipulations will abide by the bicycle guidelines. That's the usual.
Right.
We'll keep the front of the establishment clean. If denied, if the condition bar crawls, applicable COVID-19, and let's say whereas members blah 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 dialogue with residents have agreed to the attached draft stipulations, which we'll adhere to. Maybe they're okay. Here's the dining club stipulations. Okay.
Yeah.
It says you will manage activity to minimize congestion on East 69th and East 70th and respect the quiet nature. Club agrees to the following: no valet service, blah blah blah, only on Madison and not on the side streets. And
there's a section on commercial deliveries and collections on page 1.
No, it says
all deliveries.
If you read down,
Madison, it says Madison Avenue. Yeah, and then it says food
everything's
will be hand carted. So I guess if everything's on Madison Avenue, what does that have to do with this? With all these parking things on 70th Street?
No, because we're proposing this on Madison.
This is all on Madison to facilitate these deliveries and collections.
It's this area right here from the intersection with 70th, 80 feet back, which would allow panel van or UPS drop off or a typical type of laundry pickup that's like a 30-foot panel truck.
Okay. All right. Any other public comments? See anything, Will?
I do not.
Okay, let's get to the board then. And I think Michelle is first. Let's unmute Michelle.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what I was looking at. So I think Phyllis just did that.
Right.
So that slide was Madison Avenue.
Yes.
Right.
And the canopy, the iron canopy that we're looking at,
right,
where you have your cursor at the moment.
Yep.
That is the entrance to the restaurant and the club.
It's one and the same. Yes. Yes. This is the entry.
And this is between 69th and 70th on the west side of Madison.
Precisely. Here you can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so you're not, because it was confusing. You were showing this and talking about 70th Street. And so I thought we were looking at 70th Street. So by doing this, you're eliminating all the 2-hour parking, the metered parking that's there. Can I just ask what kind of parking exists currently on 70th Street? And what are you keeping it? Does it accommodate people who are patronizing the other businesses on Madison, etc.? What is the 70th Street parking situation?
So there's approximately 30 feet. There's also a no parking anytime, but it's a very narrow section, and the rest of it is metered parking. So allows residential parking.
So the no parking anytime is in front of what on 70th Street?
It's if you see my cursor right here, it's basically runs approximately from this area to so it's a very small portion.
But what's the purpose of it?
I didn't deploy it. It looks like it was probably intended as a part of as I started this presentation, neighborhood loaning zone program. And the concept there is that, if for all the residents on that street, to facilitate, your drop-offs related to Amazon and that sort of thing, that it can facilitate local deliveries to residences without double parking on a 1-lane road. So I'm just guessing though,
So that's on 70th. What other kind of parking regulations are on 70th going from Madison to 5th?
I believe that it's typical residential alternate side of the street parking. Yeah.
All right. That's what I was asking. I'm happy to support this because I know the neighbors and the business, the hotel, you've been, the residents, you've been both negotiating in good faith, and this is something that you've come up with, which you're all satisfied with. And so I think we should support that, and I do. And so when we vote on that tonight, that's great. That's separate from everything else. But I think that we should also look at the parking on 70th Street to make sure that now that 80 feet has been removed from public domain and almost privatized for somebody's use, that we should try on 70th Street and on 69th Street to make sure that we have, in quote, public parking that may make up for what has been taken away on Madison. I don't propose that for tonight because I don't want to hold this up. So I suggest we vote on it. But I don't know if the neighbors want to bring 69th and 70th Street back, or if we as a board just want to put that on the agenda for the future.
Well, we should look at
We should look at it.
We should look at and see what the parking situation is, and if it needs to be changed.
Exactly.
We can do that.
Okay, so that can be on maybe next month's agenda or whatever, and
Right.
We can vote on this tonight. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Russell Squire.
Thanks. Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second to that? Okay.
Michelle, and I'll just, I mean, I think others have made the points that I would make in favor. I mean, this, because we've, I just applaud the folks who put this together and worked for months to come up with agreed stipulations. So I think we should go along with it.
Okay. And let's go to Alita. We just got a couple more people to speak here on this. Alita.
Thanks. I'll try and be brief. Well, I applaud the stipulations between the business at issue and the local residents. 80 feet is a lot of space. The city is becoming increasingly more congested. There are buses and trucks that go up Madison, school buses for all of the private schools that are around. 80 feet is a lot. It seems that one way of addressing the concerns about too many trucks is for the club or the dining space to have trucks come when they tell them to truck. You're not CVS, you're not Gristedes. Trucks are not coming all day long. You know exactly when what they need to do and how long it will take to do it. And I believe that you could stagger truck deliveries and carting pickups in order to avoid some of the problems that you're addressing. I'm not sure at this point that I could support this just because of the extent of space that's being used. But I do want to emphasize that I think stipulations are like that are a good thing. It's just that it is a lot of public space that you're stipulating about.
Thank you. I believe Judy, is that Judy and Barry? Or Judy?
Yes, I'm at Barry's computer. My computer did something funny.
That's okay.
I have to tell you that I went to all the street life meetings on this issue. There were many meetings, many hours. The community from 70th Street, from the hotel, from 69th Street, everybody was there, everybody turned out, everybody agreed with this resolution. There were a lot of people at those meetings. And I think this is a case of one committee did something. They probably should have had Craig or you, Chuck, been at the meetings, because we were talking about street parking and it was a transportation issue. Probably that issue should have been a joint issue so you would understand. But the community did turn out in force, and this is what the community wants. And they didn't think they were going to have any problem when they came to the transportation committee with this issue. So I suggest that my fellow board members support this, because the community did turn out in great force for this solution. And there were many hours of work put in between all the people.
Thank you, Judy. We won't throw a tantrum about not being included.
Okay.
Is everybody ready to vote on this?
I call the question.
Okay. Second. Yep. Okay. And let's vote.
And Craig, you had several people who left, so you do need to.
Yeah, maybe you should call the roll and see who's who.
I will do that. If you could just lower the hands. Okay. So it's myself, Chuck, Alita, and I'm just noting this down as I'm doing this. Barbara, Judy, Lori, Michelle, Mohit, Rebecca Dangor, Rebecca Lamort, Rita, Russell, Sharon, Stephanie, Valerie. Let me know if I missed anyone.
Okay. So all in favor, anyone in favor doesn't have to do anything, but is there anyone wanting to vote no, abstain, or not voting for cause? You can raise their hand. Alita, let's unmute Alita.
Could I just ask Judy a question? When she talks about the community, are you talking about more people than just 70th Street and that exact neighborhood? Are you talking about other people who use that area of Madison or go by on Madison? I just don't know the extent, and that influences me.
That's
Is she still here?
I don't know.
As Phyllis Weisberg, the lawyer, can attest, there were a great number of people from the community because there were a great number of people who used that club. So they came out in support. But what was very interesting was that Phyllis is the lawyer, I think, for 10 East 70th, if I got the building right. They had pages of agreement that they made with the club, and they turned out the people who lived in the buildings on 79th. There were people from Park, there were people from 69th. I mean, I couldn't believe Street Life gets a lot of people, but they never get the turnout like they got on this item.
Okay.
And the people came consistently every month. So
Judy.
unfortunately, it wasn't this committee, but the community did speak out, and they did speak out in favor of this.
Okay, this discussion, I hasten to add from a parliamentary standpoint, is all
It's out of order, right?
But we'll take that. So I don't know, how do you?
Thank you.
As you know, I'm too lenient. Okay, did you want to?
No, I'll vote yes then.
Oh, okay. So that's unanimous.
I told you it was influential. Thank you.
Okay. The next item is a public hearing on 93 Park Avenue, and this is a parking, a request for parking regulation change, and it has to do with ambulette parking. And I think the application was filled out wrong because it said 7A to 7A. I think they meant 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But is there somebody?
Yes,
we'll
I
assume
apologize.
that's it. Is there somebody here from to that? Speak on this application.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, go right ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Let us know who
My
you
name
are.
is, okay, how are you? Thank you, everybody, for your time. My name is Dr. Karan Johar. I'm a double board certified physician, also affiliated with NYU Langone and Lenox Hill Hospital. So I wanted to bring forth a quality of life issue to the community board to see what you guys would think in terms of supporting this. So I had communicated with Mr. Edward Pinkar Jr., who's the Manhattan Borough Commissioner in the Department of, sorry?
Yeah, right. He is the borough commissioner. Yep. Transportation.
Yes, in the Department of Transportation. And I'd also provided a copy of the Quad ASF Surgical Facility Accreditation Certificate, which is a certificate required by New York State in order to provide basically anesthesia and surgical services. So our facility is located on the ground level of 993 Park Avenue, and the building is on the corner of 84th and Park on the east side, and the entrance is directly on Park. So there we have our accredited surgical site of service where we treat patients who receive general and sedation-based anesthesia for various spinal procedures. So I had submitted a request for ambulette parking. Since our office is open 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., we wanted to request improvement of quality of life for patients being dropped off or picked up at the facility. So essentially, many of those patients are orthopedic patients who use assistive devices such as wheelchairs, walkers, crutches, including especially those that have undergone sedation or anesthesia. So an ambulance service would allow for basically a non-emergency transport for allowing patients to be brought essentially to the entrance of our facility and then back to the entrance of their home And all of these patients are required to come with an adult chaperone or to use non-emergency medical transportation, which is an ambulance. So in addition to that, if there was an emergency where there's an adverse event and we have to call 911, it would certainly be helpful to have that space so an ambulance can efficiently transport any patient requiring a higher level of care. So our transfer facility, I have a transfer agreement with Lenox Hill Hospital, which is just a few blocks away. So I appreciate your consideration of this matter. And I did pull up on Google Maps a view of the building. I pulled up the prior year's view because right now there's scaffolding erected around the building for facade repair. Thank you.
So let me ask you a question. You're asking for ambulette parking there, right? That was what
Yes,
your
sir.
application said. And
Yes,
ambulette,
sir.
right? And how many spaces?
Yes, sir.
How many spaces? How many ambulettes are you
I think
looking at there?
No, just one.
One?
Just one space.
Okay.
Yeah.
One space in
I
front
mean,
of you.
ideally directly in front of the
Right.
entrance would be
Sure.
perfect. I mean, I don't know if they're like they're usually longer vehicles than a car, so maybe two, but one would be sufficient.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Are there any public comments on this? Will, do you see anyone? I don't see anyone.
Nope, but I'll remind everybody they can go to the reactions icon at the bottom of their screen, press the raise hand button there to speak.
Okay, let's go to Michelle Birnbaum.
Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask how many spots it's one. Am I mistaking? Isn't there a hydrant on that corner?
That's a good question. Let me take a look at the Google map and see. I don't remember, to be honest with you. I don't think there's a hydrant on the corner. A hydrant meaning attached to the building?
No.
No,
one on the
a
street.
street fire hydrant.
Oh, no, there is not.
I believe
at least not.
There's none on the southeast corner of 84th and Park.
There is, I'm sorry, yes, there is one on the southeast corner. You're right. There is one on the
Right.
southeast corner of the 84th and Park next to the
Right.
trash can. And yeah, okay.
Correct. Okay. So since we or I or we traditionally turn this kind of thing down, and that is not to minimize the concern that you have and the reason for you wanting this. But I think, the bottom floors of almost every building on Park, both on the east and west side of the street, has doctor's offices. And a good percentage of them are ambulatory care, or they have some kind of procedure. You've got that, there's a pain specialist on 86th and Park, up and down the avenue. There are many such offices. I think that the fact that you have a fire hydrant there, and that when one of these ambulettes or accessoride or whatever is called, the patient usually comes out when that vehicle arrives. And I think you can be well accommodated by that vehicle pulling briefly into the hydrant space and having the patient enter. Because you don't stay long. They traditionally don't come far in advance of a pickup time. If anything, usually the patient has to wait for the vehicle. So to my mind, I think that you can be serviced without having this special designation. And so I would tend not to support it. But I understand your need. I just think it can be satisfied in this way. Thank you.
Lori Boros?
Am I allowed to give a response?
Yeah, so
to
please.
that?
Yes, of course. Please comment.
Okay, so there are different levels of ambulatory surgery, and there are a limited number of certificates in New York. I don't know if I should put the website here. So I just gave a link to what those are. Now, I have a Class C certification, and that's the highest level of certification because the level of anesthesia is higher than, I think there's 4 different levels of certification for anesthesia. And this allows for general anesthesia, and that's a little bit different than mild sedation that other facilities may have.
Yeah.
So I think that the entrance is also a distance from the fire hydrant. I'm not sure what the requirements are for a fire truck, but somewhere like south of the entrance, I think might be adequate in order to fit a large fire truck. I could pull up on Google Maps to show, but that would be the, I guess, slight difference that I would discuss with the surgery recommendation.
So this is serious surgery. This is not like a colonoscopy or something like that where you're lightly sedated.
I mean, I would say some of the more advanced procedures that are done, commonly if someone has a compression fracture of their vertebrae, so someone who's older who has brittle bones if they fall, and you know, or they have cancer, those are 2 common ways where they can have fractures inside the spine and the vertebrae, and that's one of the, I guess, more invasive procedures that are done at this facility. So it's not just like a light sedation like you would get at the with a minor dental procedure or a colonoscopy or something like that. So I mean, there's a range of procedures that are done, but that's one of the procedures I think that would be reasonable to give as an example.
I understand. Craig, you wanted to say something, I think.
Yeah, well, thank you. Can you just tell me how many ambulettes a day you generally see deliver patients or pick up patients?
I don't have the data on that, so I don't want to misquote that, but I would say that patients do come with professional transportation, especially on days when procedures are taking place. So I think that's dependent on a variety of factors. I mean, if their insurance covers it, if their payer covers that, or they have some sort of benefit from the government. So,
but it's not so unusual.
Some patients do. No, it's not so unusual. And then some patients, I mean, we provide the phone number for a service. I cannot recall the name of the service offhand, but and they charge the patient a fee separately because some people are not able to bring an adult chaperone with them. You know, maybe their adult chaperone is not able to care for them. And I think like fall risk is something that's a concern. So we don't want patients taking, for example, public transportation, falling down the stairs in the subway, going on a bus. I mean, they're not even allowed to actually. So they need to be in. So I think the ambulance service provides a level of non-emergency medical transport to ensure the safety of those patients that are undergoing general sedation. And just because it's the word general, that means the highest level of anesthesia.
Yeah, and we've permitted ambulance parking requests in the past. So I just want to make that clarification as well.
Okay.
All right.
I think Lori had her hand up first, and then they'll get Alita. Go ahead, Lori.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to direct this question to actually, but I was thinking about like the type of vehicles that are allowed on Park Avenue. Are ambulettes allowed on Park Avenue? I mean, I know that like trucks are not allowed.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they are.
They are.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That was my only question.
Okay, Alita.
Thank you. If I missed this, I apologize. Are you talking about 24-hour a day, 7-day a week ambulette parking, or is it restricted to certain hours and certain days of the week when the office is open? And I also would like an answer to Craig's question about how many times a day someone actually needs that kind of service as opposed to being able to call a cab, for instance.
Alita, the first thing I'll answer is that the application is for 7 days a week, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So it's that's what it is. It's 12
Thanks,
hours.
Chuck. I'm sorry I missed that. Is that
That's okay.
Is that when the office is open? Is that when?
That's what they said. I don't know, Dr. Johar, you should answer that, obviously. Are you,
Yes,
you answer 7 days a week?
correct.
7 days
Yes.
a week you're open?
Yes. So I'm not the only provider there, but yes.
Okay.
Okay, and so the first part of that question was, I mean, I have NYU students. I can give them a project. I mean, one of them has to work on a quality improvement project before December 31st. We can make that a project to get you data on polling the patients that are coming in. I can have them develop a questionnaire or something and to give our patient population, if that would be helpful for you. And then I can give you exact metrics.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have a board meeting next week where we have to vote on this, but I'm not sure why the office wouldn't know how many patients on average in a week require that service, because you know the level of anesthesia and you know whether patients are mobile or can use a wheelchair or a cane or need a full kind of, I don't know how ambulances work, luckily, but, or a full kind of stretcher thing that I guess maybe an ambulance uses. So wouldn't the office know who gets sent out?
Okay. I mean, I can tell you how many patients procedures are done a week. Would that be helpful?
Yes,
but
that'd
with
be,
a specific question of
that'd be helpful.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. How many procedures do you do a week? Yeah.
About 60.
60? Okay.
Yes.
And so that if you're open 7 days.
And the 60 procedures with anesthesia, sorry.
Right. So that's a little over eight a day on a 7-day basis then, right? I assume it
That's
varies.
correct. Yeah.
I assume it varies. Now, would all those patients require ambulettes?
All of those patients require proper medical transport to and from the office, whether it's an adult chaperone or a professional service that provides that adult chaperone. It's different. It's, I mean, I don't want to give the wrong answer. I think that it's different than accessoride. Accessoride patients, like one of the patients had shown me, they get reimbursed for their Uber or their taxi through the state of New York. So I think accessoride is a different item than an ambulance.
Yeah.
I don't want to
different type of service.
I don't want to minimize anything that the patients are going through, but I've served a few times as an adult chaperone to someone receiving having procedures done, and we got in a cab, not an ambulance. So I just don't know how many. I guess my real question is how many patients need the higher level of transportation that an ambulance provides, as opposed to a taxi or someone's car, or maybe for people local taking a wheelchair. I don't know.
Right. How many of those patients are unattached to an adult chaperone that are using the ambulance service? That's your question, right?
Yes.
I mean, if I had to throw a number out there, I'd say 15% of that number.
Okay, so that would be 9-10 people a week, roughly.
Right.
I think so. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we've seen, we have in our district sort of gradations of facilities. Obviously, we have hospital facilities and we have just regular doctor's office where they do minor procedures, a dentist office, eye doctor's office, and stuff like that. And then more lately, we've gotten more ambulatory surgical offices where people have to come in and have actual surgical procedures, which require general anesthetic. And so that I think we're sort of in the middle here, but I think what you're basically asking for is one, a space for one ambulance to bring in people who need it.
Yes, and general anesthesia is, when the patient is intubated, essentially, and other types of anesthesia are given through the IV, where they receive moderate sedation, they become a little sleepy, stuff like that. So like the example I gave as far as, you know, repairing a spine that has had a fracture, then, you know, that's basically adding cement to the spine, and it's different. It's an orthopedic procedure. So.
Okay. Okay, Michelle? Oh, I saw, wait a minute. I saw Russell, I think, had his hand up. I don't know if is he still here? He hadn't spoken before. Russell?
He does not have his hand up now. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I had it up. I put it down, but yeah, I guess, is it possible to use the space in front of the main entrance of the residence with the awning, you know, the area, because no one's ever parking there?
So that's a good question. I mean, I'm right next to it. I don't know if that would be an issue with the building. Sometimes they try to put cones up there to protect the
which is illegal, which is not legal. Which it's not legal for them.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, I just.
I mean, it strikes me that you've got a sort of built-in space that's essentially always available, that people aren't going to be parking in. That's pretty close to your entrance there.
I wish it was wider, you know, but I mean, like, honestly, if the parking space started at the front of that awning and ended a little behind it, that would be reasonable. Would you like to see what it looks like on my screen on Google?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it on Google Maps. I looked at the street view. That's what gave me the thought. Oh,
okay. Yeah, so if you are looking directly at the residential entrance, immediately to the right, you see another door that has, I guess, windows with window guards on both sides. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to send a link on the chat? I could do that.
No, that's okay.
You can share your screen if you want to.
Okay. Are you able to see? Sorry, showing everyone's face on Zoom. So I'm going to just pick a different year because there's a truck in front over here. Let me see that. Right. Okay, maybe I'm not able to change the year. Okay, so I'll just try to make do with this. So this is the main entrance. This is what it looks like right now with all of the facade repair.
And where's your office?
Sometimes they'll block.
Where's your office entrance then?
Right over here, if you could see that.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
I don't know if you could see my mouse, if it's moving.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So right behind this gray vehicle.
Very
And then,
close.
I mean, if they block off space, that's about what they block off. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, you know, also if there's an emergency, I mean, we had an ambulance that came in December last year. So it's not that stuff like that happens frequently, but there's a patient that had to be sent to Lenox Hill Hospital. He turned out everything was fine, but, you know, like, I don't know. I mean, so where this vehicle is actually would be perfect for the space. And then we are this distance from here to the at least 3 car lengths before we reach the fire hydrant. So I can show where the fire hydrant is. So you can see it from,
yeah, there's the fire hydrant. Yeah. Right.
And that vehicle is way too close to the fire hydrant.
Yes, it's true. That's for sure.
Which one? This
Where's
one? Oh, the one that's okay.
Where's traffic enforcement? That Jeep is too close. You can only be 15. You got to be 15
Yeah,
feet.
I mean, looks like he has a orange parking ticket. So.
Okay.
So where this, I think it's like a smaller Land Rover Discovery. That would be good, or this one would be good, where there's this green colored vehicle. I mean, if you guys think that that's reasonable, but
sure, Doctor. Thanks. Let me ask Valerie, who hasn't spoken. Valerie Mason, you can unmute. Go ahead, Valerie. You're still muted. Looks like.
Sorry.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. How long have you been at that location?
How long have I been at this location? I purchased the property in August 27th, 2018. We opened on January 1st, approximately 2019. So there. I've also almost paid off the property. I just have a little bit left on the mortgage.
Mhm. I mean, I guess I'm just.
And I've upgraded sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I mean, you're going to have this issue everywhere you go. I just feel like this is something, you know, if we were in a neighborhood where there's a doctor's office, I mean, everybody doesn't do what you do, but I mean, we've had people come before us, you know, with bike lanes in front of their dialysis providers. And I mean, I'm sympathetic, and I also understand that you want to make sure if there's an emergency that somebody can get in the building. But I just feel like we can't, I don't know, I'm very torn, because I feel like if we do this for you, every doctor on the Upper East Side is going to come to us and ask us for a space in front of their building. And how would you handle that? I mean, why are you so special?
I mean, I will tell you, when I moved into the building, we had, what is it called? Window air conditioner units. It took 3 years for me to get central air approved over there. I mean, basically, my unit is next to a side yard, which is different than a courtyard. And even the architect that I hired was not able to somehow get that approved. I made a meeting with the commissioner of buildings. I mean, I went there, and now we have an air conditioner. And I thought it was kind of unfortunate that and I just got the air conditioner installed this year, right at the beginning of the summer. The hoops that I had to jump through to get that approved, because the building is landmarked and everything. I mean, I have a surgery certificate, and we don't have proper air conditioning and climate control. Like, I mean, that was a lot of hoops to jump through. So, you know, I'm taking out the time to spend 4 hours on this meeting because I care. So I'm giving it a shot. You know, I hear what you're saying,
but you didn't
you
really answer my question. I mean, if we give this to you, what do we say to every other doctor that comes to us?
Valerie, I think there's an answer to that. Most doctors do not have these kinds of facilities. I mean, I've gone around, you know, I walk around the neighborhood, and most doctors' offices are just plain vanilla doctor's offices. These kinds of ambulatory surgeries, there are not that many of them in our area. They're up, you know, they're up down a little further and stuff like that in the 60s and things, and they're not, you don't have that many of them. That's the reason why it's a little bit different than because
okay, I'm willing to listen. That's I mean, how would you distinguish this though, Chuck? Just, you know, since you're willing to, how do you distinguish this from the pleas that we had from the dialysis providers and the bike lane issue on 62nd Street? And we didn't seem to think that was a place that we couldn't have the bike lanes, even though we had pleas about how people needed to double park and that people would be going back and forth. I mean,
we made concessions for that. We worked through that issue and found solutions.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, all right.
I'm
done. Thank you.
Okay, that's okay. Doctor, let me, before you get in, and let's get a few more comments who haven't spoken. Rita Popper. Can we unmute Rita?
To support the doctor's motion, because I think it's very important. And as you said, the ambulatory places are increasing and not decreasing. And I hope that the board will support it and hope that we could take a vote.
Okay, is there a second for that? Okay. Any seconds? Did you see anything? Was there a second to that motion?
Are there any seconds?
I mean, I'll second it. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a second. We're not going to vote yet. We're not going to vote yet. So that's the motion to approve it. It's been seconded. There's still room for discussion. So let's get back and we'll go. We'll start with Michelle now. We'll go back here. Go ahead. Unmute Michelle.
Yeah, firstly, let me say, as a matter of protocol, a motion has to be made before people speak. And that's even true with calling the question. And we've
No,
been a
she
little
made a
lax
motion.
on that.
She did make the motion.
No,
Rita
she
made the
spoke
motion.
first. No,
I don't
sorry.
think so.
Well,
What did she say? I
she
didn't.
did, but at any rate, that's over. But let me just say this. When you have a facility that gives anesthesia on whatever level, the patient remains in a recovery room until that patient has come around from the anesthesia. And it's usually a requirement by that facility that if a patient is going to have general anesthesia, they require an escort for that patient to be dismissed, to be permitted to leave. So, and I'm sure this facility has the same requirement because that's both a legal protection for the doctor, the facility, as well as the safety and benefit of the patient. So there is no patient that's leaving this facility either under an anesthesia, the state of an anesthesia, or without an escort. So usually you may feel a little shaky, but you have been determined well enough to walk and well enough to leave after such an ambulatory surgery. And then you have your escort or friend or whoever take you out to either a waiting car or cab or whatever you have. That's how most facilities work. And I don't think that there is a requirement to have a separate spot for an ambulette. Let me talk about the front of the building. Number one, that is not fair to people who live in that building to now designate that spot at their doorway where they unload and load and they get their carriages in and out and their groceries in and out. It's not fair to them to have that space blocked. And secondly, that space is not a fixed space. It all depends on how the cars on either side of the doorway parked. If they left enough room for another car to get in there, that other car would take that as a parking spot. What usually happens is a doorman comes out and asks a parking car to please come up to the pole on either side so they maintain that little entryway. But there's no real way or appropriate way to designate that specifically for this office. But people are not staggering out of here under anesthesia without escorts. So let's be clear about that. And while it is a nicety and it is an amenity, I am not comfortable voting for it for this particular applicant. Thank you.
Okay, Alita?
Thanks. I guess my question more is for you and Craig, Chuck, which is Michelle raised the idea that, or the question about the fire hydrant at the corner, which is 2 car lengths away from the entrance to the doctor's office. Is it not possible for an ambulette to wait at the hydrant while they're getting a patient if it comes to an ambulette, which is really, as we figured out, 9 or 10 times a week, roughly?
Well, I mean, the question is whether somebody might be parked there. As you saw, that guy was parked very close, and there may not be room for an ambulance to get in there. And I don't think anybody.
Sorry,
I don't think anyone was asking to put it. I mean, there was a suggestion, but I don't think we would put it in front of the building if we were that, the building. I think we put it just a little back of the building if we did it. That's
right,
all.
but what I'm saying is that since the hydrant is 2 car lengths away and there's a curb cut at the corner right in front of the hydrant, that wouldn't it make sense for a patient that needed that level of transportation to be able to just use that space, which no one ever parks in front of, as opposed to even where there's ambulette parking, that doesn't mean that someone's not going to pull in and unload an elderly person or a baby or a bunch of packages. So that's why I'm wondering if it would be, if I'm asking for something totally against the law, basically.
No, I mean, not against the law. I mean, I think if somebody's parked, you can't park there, but if somebody stays there for a short time to pick someone up, I think that probably would be okay. I mean, you might get a ticket, but who knows?
But then, so then my question for the doctor is, because the fire hydrant is really on the other side of the building's entrance, why that, and there's a curb cut, why that wouldn't be an acceptable alternative to you or an option as for that serious level of transportation?
Yeah, go ahead, doctor.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, oftentimes a lot of like Escalades park over there and the drivers hang out over there during the daytime. And people are double parked on that street also. Park Avenue grows and how busy it is, especially in that location. I would say it's worse during the beginning and part of the day when the schools open and close. There are school buses that will also, be all in that area. So the rules of the fire hydrant are, you're not supposed to park within 15 feet of the fire hydrant. I mean, if we were to measure from that fire hydrant, like definitely the car that was there is in the way. But I mean, so in between the Park Avenue building, 993 Park Avenue, and the adjacent building just south to it, there is an alleyway, and there is a space over there, and it's relatively close to the entrance for my office. And the level of anesthesia, just to kind of answer that, it's a Class C certification, which is the highest level of anesthesia. And yes, every facility has requirements for, we don't just let some patient leave if it's not safe for them to leave, but there's a threshold of scores. After you undergo anesthesia, you're recommended not to have wine or alcohol or different, consume other things to be careful, because you just came off of certain medications. So yes, patients should come with are required to come with escorts. Sometimes patients cannot come with their own escorts and utilize these non-emergency services, which is why there are ambulance certificates given out in the state of New York. Nobody can just be an ambulance. You have to be able to meet whatever the requirements are for that. I don't know what the requirements are.
Right.
And same as an ambulance. Yeah.
But
so, God, sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Did you want to finish?
So, I mean, I'm existing there, right? Since I've been, I opened the facility in 2019. We got the initial certificate, I think, in August 2019. So I've been operating there continuously with passing whatever I need to be compliant with the Department of Health. This is just a quality of life improvement and a suggestion for the betterment of the community. And that's what the community board is here for. We see how we can all live and work together. I mean, I was looking at, I live in Midtown. I was looking to move in that building to live there and have my office downstairs also. I mean, so even if I live there and let's say the adjacent doctor, let's say I did not do these type of procedures and that person did, I mean, there are reasons that we have certain street signs and reasons that we have different privileges or situations around the city. On 84th between Madison and Park, they closed the street for children to play in the street for those too expensive private schools. So I'm sure, some people have issue with that, but we have to see that as we live in a community, if we function in a way that's only beneficial to ourselves as individuals versus the good of the community, that's how the community grows, and that's how we can all specialize in the different things we do to, make New York City what it is. I mean, there's such a desire to live here because of the diversity, the fairness, and the opportunity here. So I'm just coming to the community board to humbly ask. I have a letter of support from the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation pending approval from the community board. So I'm here to present that, and I understand that there'll be different individual opinions, but if we look at the community and what the service is that's being provided, that's all I can comment on, that we have higher level of service, we have higher level of anesthesia, and obviously we keep things safe. I mean, this is all neighborhoods, all communities are beautiful, but this is Park Avenue. It's an upper end community. We want to maintain the level and safety of that. We don't want to have issues. I mean, there was an issue a couple of years ago with, a famous TV person who ended up passing away in a facility because of a complication. But I'm not saying the Ambulet would have solved that, but the goal is to bring a lot of attention to the Upper East Side. So we want to maintain that level of what the Upper East Side is. I'm very proud to be a doctor on Park Avenue. I'm very proud to be a doctor at NYU and Lenox Hill. Wherever I go, I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud to have students from those schools. So, so I think that's where I come to you from. One, as an advocate for my patients. Two, as someone who has gotten the necessary accreditations for the place. I had my certificate. I'd had no need to spend so much money and jump through so many hoops, take a day off work, go to the Department of Buildings to try to get a HVAC installed. But I was able to do that. And in the end, that benefits my patients that are coming in. In the waiting room, when we did not have the HVAC, the window units were not able to control the temperature. It was 85, 86 degrees inside a Park Avenue doctor's office. That's not appropriate. So, this is a different situation, but that's what I'm coming here to request. That I think this would be a benefit for the community. It's one spot, whatever Ambulet takes up. And that's all. So I hope that you consider that and you think about if you were to bring your loved ones or your friends, or God forbid, if you need any sort of care, that there are those options available to you. So that's all. So
thank you.
If you'd like a study or something, I'm happy to have my.
Thank you.
Can I just finish, Chuck? Because I don't really still understand why the hydrant it's 2 car lengths away, and the cars, and I see it all the time as I walk by that church, that the cars and you're right, there are Escalades, there are school buses, there's UPS inevitably, but they don't park in front of the hydrant often. They may well park in an Ambulet space because people fill in wherever they can if it's just for a moment or two. So I don't really understand why the hydrant, which is 2 car lengths away, which comes with a curb cut right in front of it, is not acceptable to you when it is so close and so available. That's what I just don't understand. And I know that this is a frustrating process for you. I can see that it is. And I know that there are other things that make no sense. There are plenty of things that make no sense to any of us in the city. And I appreciate the work and the effort that you're putting into it, and your desire to get that air conditioner despite the hours that you spend trying to do it. I understand all of that. I'm just asking about the hydrant because you're not at the other end of the block. You're in the same building that has the hydrant in front of it, exactly on the other side of the entrance. Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, let's
distance from the
doctor.
Distance from the sorry.
Let's have a little discussion. Let's not I don't want to drag this out.
Sorry.
Sometimes it's better to say less than more in these kinds of meetings, even though you're a good advocate. Okay, so let's see. All right. Who do we have here? I think Russell. Let's go to Russell.
Yeah, Russell's next.
Call the question.
Okay. Is there a second? There's a second. Okay.
Yep.
This is a motion to approve that. Do you want to call the roll again, Craig, to see who's still here?
Let me do that. Or if we could just lower the hands. Okay. We have myself, Chuck, Alita, Barbara, Lori, Michelle, Mohit, Rebecca, Dangor, Rebecca Lamort, Rita, Russell, let me scroll down, Stephanie, and Valerie. So that's 13.
Okay, anybody else here? Okay, all in favor, don't have to do anything, but if you're against it, raise your hand. Or if you're not voting for cause, or if you want to abstain. Russell?
No.
Michelle?
No.
Valerie?
Oh, sorry, Valerie.
I'm going to abstain. Thank you.
Abstention. Okay. Any further? I guess that's.
And Alita.
Me.
Alita, oh, sorry, Alita. I didn't.
It's okay. I know it was a little confusing, but thank you. No.
Okay.
And Stephanie Reckler just hit unmute.
Yeah, Stephanie, is she?
She texted me, Chuck, that her mic isn't working, so I
She said no.
Okay.
All right, so that passed by a vote of 8 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
Okay. Doctor, I should just mention to you that these resolutions, when they come out of the committee, go to the full board, and it'll be next Wednesday, the 14th. And the fact that it was a close vote, there'll be some discussion on the floor, and I think, and in this context, you should come to the public session, which starts at 6:30, because you can't speak once we get to in the full board, once we get to the issues like this, when we have our committee reports. So that's what I would suggest, because it's hard to predict what will happen in the full board when you have a close vote. But we appreciate you coming, and if you weren't a physician, maybe you could be work as an expediter for the buildings department, because you seem to be able to work things through. But we appreciate it. I'm sure that's not what you went to all those years of medical school and surgery residency, et cetera, for.
I do have a question. If I'm unable to make it because I have an obligation next week, is there an alternative to submit something, or
you can, or if you have somebody, if you have
following week, or
no, because we're going to vote on this resolution, you could come, and if you have someone else who could come and speak for you, that would probably be the best. Someone who knows the
that's
situation.
in person or on virtual?
No, it's virtual. It's virtual like this.
Okay. Okay. I might ask one of my students to speak, if that's okay.
Listen, you should ask someone who you think is, make an effective case, whoever that is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We appreciate you waiting for all this time too.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Well, we get paid a lot ourselves. We get paid a lot ourselves to spend all this time too.
I appreciate you helping the community. A nice one.
Thanks. Okay, is there any new business or old business that anyone? I think Colleen had to leave. But...
Colleen put a message.
Okay.
Sent Will a message to the chat. So she said her update is that DOT approved the no standing anytime regulation in front of 605 East 82nd Street. The sign will be installed in a few weeks, and she will email us a copy of the letter.
Okay.
All right. Beyond that, for old and new business, I don't know if Barbara is still on because I know she had reached out to me about something about the lack of, or the darkness in the area of 2nd Avenue, I guess between 86 and 87th Street, that she wanted to bring up.
Okay, I think we've had that actually, so we have to look at it. I know Barbara said that a few times, but that we should try to do something if we can.
Times. I don't know who else to reach out to. It is really, really dark. And I would like to put out another one, and this you may not be able to do anything with it, but 86th Street, particularly by the movie theater, is so dark. There's several stores that are empty.
You mean right past the papaya stand there?
No, where the movie, I'm sorry, the old movie theater, the closed movie.
Oh, the old one. Oh, the old one. Okay.
3rd and 2nd Avenue.
Yep.
Really, the street is not great. It's really not safe walking. And that may be different because I don't, you may have to ask, I don't know if you can ask the movie theater to keep the landlord to keep some lights on, but we really have a lot of darkness. But that one corner, I really think something can be done about it. The one on the northwest side of 86th Street.
86, okay. Will, could you talk to, or send something over to DOT about those issues, those two areas?
And if Rita's still on, I bet she's shaking her head yes, right?
Right, right.
Yeah, just send me a quick email that has those locations, and I'll send them over to the DOT. And it really helps for us to have a 311 number. So if you haven't already, call 311, get a reference number, and send it to me.
I
That
rely
goes
on
for any
you
constituent
guys.
who's out there who.
Should I take pictures and show it in the nighttime, or
I
which
mean,
is,
that's
now
hard
it's
to see.
5 o'clock. In the summer, it wasn't a big deal, but now it's,
Right. It's dark at 5, certainly.
and yeah.
No, okay.
Okay, I will do it. I'll do it right now.
We have other people who have things. Valerie, did you want to raise something?
I just want to go back because when the doctor showed this is not about that, but the fact that we have these fire hydrants and we're all 100% sure of what 15 feet is, I really think the DOT should come either, they do so much painting and marking of the street, but I think it would be really helpful where there's a fire hydrant to actually measure it out and put a different color there. Because I think, even if we end up not approving the doctor's request, I think when you have that there, people are more cognizant of it and everybody's trying to inch, and it's a lot easier to give a ticket when you see the car going right into the space that's not supposed to be there. So I was just wondering if maybe that's something we can just raise, because it's even on our block on 72nd Street, and it's most notably with the fire hydrants that are off the corner.
Yeah.
And I think it would be really helpful, because even if we don't pass it for him, having something marked like that, and I think it's necessary. I think a lot of people have, as the longer I live in New York City, the closer people come to parking in front of the hydrants. And we even have a situation here where on the corner, there's a vendor who's there in a truck, and the police told me they will not give him a ticket so long as he is in the car, because there's some ordinance that doesn't require the ticket as long as somebody's in the car. And unless it was a fire hydrant with an actual no standing sign, that's the threshold. So I don't,
Yeah, well, I think that's not a bad idea. We should talk to DOT and see if that's something, it's obviously a big job. Whether they, I mean, it's not a big job individually. They're just a lot of hydrants.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Rebecca Dangler.
Hi, this is just an idea. I'm not sure if Russell's still on, but as we heard tonight, the Link MIC issue is obviously a very passionate issue for our community. And I know we shared with them a link to submit written testimony to OTI, but I'm wondering if maybe the committee or Russell and the board office can provide a link for them to submit written testimony for the board meeting, because as we saw, the committee kind of had a pretty unanimous, resolution in support of the majority of the community. So I'm just wondering if we want to find a way to make sure everyone's heard without taking a lot of time next week.
Yeah, we can do that. I guess we have people who signed in, and we can.
I think I saw Russell raise his hand quickly, but
Yes, Russell. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think if people are moved to write, they always can. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
I think we should
necessarily want to
encourage
sort of
that, though.
do something differently, from what we typically do, but I think people always have the ability to sort of write in, and that's always an option.
Okay. Alita?
Thank you. I'd like to ask if the committee has access to information about how many fire trucks or other emergency vehicles are stymied in their efforts to get quickly through the city by either restaurant sheds or the Open Streets program. Because yesterday I thought an ambulance trying to get through 84th Street when it was closed because of Open Streets at the schools there. And I'm just wondering, I've gotten some information in Queens where people have kept track, and it's disconcerting. So I just don't don't know if that's something that is available or accessible. And then my other comment is that, and you guys know this, that a couple of months ago, a jogger was hit by a cyclist in Central Park and in critical condition. And it was very troubling to me and disappointing that the committee did not choose to say anything about that injured jogger, because to me, all lives are the same, all health is the same, and there should have been the same level of sadness and concern expressed about that level of injury as there are when some other people have been injured. And there should be for everybody. I'm not saying that one shouldn't get, but that there should be for everyone. And that's all. I hope everyone has, I'll see you next week, I imagine, but I hope everyone else has a good holiday season. Thank you.
Same to you. Rita?
I just want to piggyback on what Barbara said. The street between East 90th and East 91st Street on the west side of 2nd Avenue, right in front of Rupert Park, is an extremely, extremely dark street. So if they could do some lighting, it would really help. So I'd like to piggyback onto that. Thank you.
Okay, send Will a note on that so he can follow through. Rebecca?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, is there anybody object to that? Okay, let's adjourn. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.